Call this meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. Again, welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. We have one council member in a remote office, so we're going to do a roll call. Madam Clerk, would you mind doing that roll call, please?
Absolutely. Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli,
Here.
council members Spring,
Here.
Martinez Beltran, McKay,
Here.
Mayor Constantine.
Present.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, could you please declare the posting of tonight's agenda?
Tonight's meeting agenda was duly noticed and posted in accordance with Government Code 54954.2.
Thank you. Right now, I'd like to just do a silent invocation. If everyone could just stand. You. I'd like to call up the YAC leadership group to the, yes, I am. To the front, please. And the YAC leaders will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your hand over your chest. Please stand and put your hand over your heart. I will be leading you in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, we're going to have a presentation by the YAC leadership on asset number 34, cultural competence.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli, council members, city manager, city attorney, city teammates, and our community members. Thank you so much for allowing us to present for you today. We are super excited to be able to. My name is Ish Kandra. This is my first year in YAC as a YAC active member, and I'm a 9th grader at GECA.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Chen. I am a 9th grader at Oakwood School, and this is my first year as an active YAC member.
Hi, I'm Casey Leong. I'm a 10th grader at Live Oak, and this is my second year in YAC as an active member.
November's developmental asset is asset 34, cultural competence. Young person has knowledge of and comfort with people of different cultural, racial, and ethnic backgrounds. To me, cultural competence means to be confident and self-assured in your own culture.
November's complementary asset is number 41, positive cultural identity. Young person feels proud of his or her cultural background. To many this complementary asset means to embrace your culture and to be proud of it.
And I'll be talking about how do other opinions impact someone's self-identity. So when I was younger, we would celebrate Lunar New Year every year. And during these 2 weeks, we would make many different dishes that would become the next day's lunch. So when I would bring out these dishes during lunchtime at school, there would be a lot of different reactions, and some would even walk up to me and question what I was eating. This left a big mark on me because I thought that I was too different from everybody, and I just wanted to fit in. But as I got older, I got more comfortable with myself, and then I started to embrace my cultural identity so that I could share it with our community.
Similar to my previous teammate, when growing up, I wished to know how I could love and accept my culture without being perceived as weird by the peers around me. After many years of wrestling with this question, I finally started to grow an idea of how I could embrace my culture whilst navigating societal norms in elementary school. It was about first grade, I remember, when I had pulled out my dal and roti at the lunch table and ate it proudly. I was not used to being treated differently, as in the comfort of my own home, I had eaten the same dish and was asked, "Do you want more?" But now in front of other people, I was shamed for it. From that day forward, I was taunted and teased for how my food looked and how it smelled. From that day forward, I then assimilated into the food that they were bringing, and I would bring peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or salads to school rather than the food that I actually wanted to bring. And this fact was unfair to me, but I didn't really understand as to why it occurred. It wasn't until about 2 years later, when my best friend had pulled out her kimchi and fried rice at the same lunch table, that I had realized that my food that I had eaten before was something that I should have embraced because it was unique and beautiful. When she proudly explained to all of our friends around us that the food that she was bringing was from Chinese New Year the day before and that it was leftovers, she was proud and excited to show everyone her food rather than how I hindered it previously. From that day forward, I learned that the key to cultural competence is to embrace the culture that you were given. Whether it be the food that you eat or the clothes that you wear, it's important to love and accept your culture so that you can share it with others.
I will be talking about how parents of culture have influenced their children. There's a term called tiger mom, which is when a typically Asian parent pushes their child to exceed academically at all costs. My parents used this parenting tactic on me, so from the second I was out of the womb, I was prepared for college, SAT preps, and test scores. In elementary school, I asked my parents a question: why can't we be like other normal American families? To this American norm, I perceived at the time was entertainment before learning. As I grew and I matured, I worked with more purpose because I realized that not only was this good for me, but it was also a part of my culture.
And the quote that we chose for this asset was, "The beauty of the world lies in the diversity of its people." We thought this quote represented how everybody should be inclusive and kind to others so that everybody can feel more comfortable with themselves and find their own cultural identity so they can share it with the community. Thank you for listening to our presentation. I hope you guys have a good night.
Thank you so much. I'm so proud of you guys. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is recognitions. And tonight we're going to be recognizing the Edward Ross Prado Foundation for their support of the Magical Bridge Playground and Aquatic Center. Summer access passes for low income. Would Chris Gioni and Cecilia Ponzini come up to the podium so I can give you a little presentation? Thank you. The city of Morgan Hill is recognizing the Edward Boss Prado Foundation tonight for its commitment to the youth of our community. The foundation has provided funding to the city of Morgan Hill for both construction and ongoing maintenance for the Magical Bridge Playground, committing over $70,000 to this effort. Additionally, over the pandemic period, the foundation supported low-income youth visiting the Morgan Hill Aquatic Center, with the foundation funding trips for several hundred Morgan Hill youth. The community continues to benefit from the Edward Boss Prado Foundation's ongoing efforts and all your volunteer efforts to this effect. Thank you so much from the city of Morgan Hill. I'd like to present you with the certificate of recognition. Does anybody want to take a picture? I'll take it with all of you. Anybody have a camera? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda is a proclamation. And I'm proclaiming the month of November as Native American Heritage Month. November is known nationally as Native American Heritage Month. To celebrate this rich tapestry of indigenous peoples and honor their sacrifices, which we recognize as inextricably woven into the fabric and history of this great nation. Native Americans are descendants of the original indigenous inhabitants of what is now the United States of America and have moving stories of tragedy, triumph, and perseverance that need to be shared with future generations. We have enriched our heritage and continue to add to all aspects of our society through their generosity of culture and the continued practice of teaching economic, environmental, and cultural sustainability. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Gino Borgioli, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Morgan Hill, on behalf of the City Council and all its residents, hereby proclaim November 2022 as Native American Heritage Month. Next, we're going to move on to City Council reports. And next up is Councilmember McKay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good to see a very large crowd tonight. I want to start with the South County Youth Task Force. I've been serving on that task force for the last 2 years, and I bet many of you don't know what they do. And what they do is that they go out and they try to help the underprivileged, underrepresented, and troubled youth in our community that might end up straying down the wrong path. There are a lot of our youth that don't have the guidance that so many of us have had through, good parenting, great relationships, and people around us. And this organization recognizes that and brought the community together to help support our youth. Many youth did develop bad behaviors and got in trouble, and they ended up in a legal system. What this system did was there was a thing called restorative justice, and the most important part that was worked on was youth diversion programs, and that's where a youth that might have gotten in trouble was given a chance to go through, work with members in the community, get an understanding of where they might have gone wrong, and in the end, actually have their records sealed so that they won't have this criminal record following them for the rest of our lives and ruining potential future opportunities. And I think that's so important. What I found out is that this community, along with the county and Gilroy, is working on breaking what has been known as the school to prison pipeline. I think they're doing an admirable job. I think that our the entities involved were quite a few, and that is the Santa Clara County Office of Education, the Board of Supervisors, the District Attorney's Office, as well as the school districts, city staff, and police departments of both Gilroy and Morgan Hill. Something I'm very proud of, and I hope that you all support South County Youth Task Force. Another thing that I've been involved with is the school board and council liaison meetings. And during one of our last meetings, the issue of could the shootings in Uvalde happen here in our community? And of course, they can happen anywhere. But the important thing is, are we going to get the response from our police department, from our law enforcement agencies that we would count on to not waste those precious moments that we found were wasted minutes in Uvalde? And I asked the question if that could happen here, and Chief Paulsgrove said, no, that couldn't happen here. We've got plans. And quite frankly, we witnessed it when we had the Ford store shooting. They thoughtfully analyzed the situation, approached it, and very quickly neutralized it. So that's what we have to look forward to in our community, is our kids will be safe in our schools. And we thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember McKay. Next on the agenda is the city manager's report. Do you have a report tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor who's with us, council members, members of the community, and my teammates that are here. I just have a few announcements for you this evening. The first is on November 23rd. Our housing team is going to host an in-person community meeting on our affordable housing program. More information is available online, and it is going to be presented in Spanish. In addition to that, on December 17th, the Magical Playground will host a winter wonderland. Check that out. And then also on the 3rd is the annual Kiwanis Holiday Lights Parade through downtown. That begins at 5:30. Join your friends, neighbors, and Santa. And then another announcement is just really a reminder, the Senior Center Cafe is now open in person Monday through Friday. And so the cafe opens up at 10:30 and lunch is served beginning at 11:30. And the last thing that I wanted to share is really exciting news. Fire, Chief Wong in the back, would you just raise your hand? So this is exciting news. So they've welcomed, as of this Monday, November 14th, Hawk C-106. And so this is a helicopter that our Santa Clara unit. And so for Chief Wong, that covers Morgan Hill and the surrounding areas. And that's going to bring enhanced capabilities, including flight safety, higher payloads, increased power margins, and future night flying capabilities. The helicopter will be able to respond to initial attack wildfires, as well as rescue missions. And so once again, this is an indication of the value that Morgan Hill has as a city in partnering with CAL FIRE. So thank you, Chief Wong and CAL FIRE. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Christina. Appreciate that. Next on the agenda is the city attorney's report. Mr. Larkin, do you have a report for us?
I have no report this evening, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin. Next on the agenda is other reports from any council member. Do we have a council member that would like to put a report? Council member Spring?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just briefly, I always see us serving the city, and part of it is also going out and going to all the many events that are happening. And I want to highlight three of them. The first one, the Morgan Hill Open Studios, that have highlighted many of the wonderful artists we have, led with support of the city, but led by our Library, Culture, and Arts Commission. Really wanting to thank all the commissioners involved and all the many volunteers, but also the artists that actually showed the wonderful work they're doing. Secondly, the Morgan Hill United Against Hate event that happened Sunday was. Also wanted to thank everyone. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had the great pleasure to meet Judy and Dennis Shepard, the parents of Matthew Shepard, who got killed in 1998 as part of a hate crime. And I still wear it here on my arm, and it says "Erase Hate," and it was so fitting to see that event in Morgan Hill. We need to fight hate, and the young people who spoke up earlier just referred to the same. And last but not least, I attended a Diwali event organized by the Indian Association of South County, another wonderful event. It so fits in. I bring it up into what the young folks from the Youth Action Council mentioned earlier, how important diversity is, and we have to embrace it, and our community is rich in diversity. So if you ever get a chance to attend all those events, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Spring. Councilmember Martinez Beltran?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I want to go ahead and echo the thanks to the whole team that put together Congregation MS, and in particular our own Commissioner Suman for bringing together the United Against Hate. It was really pretty incredible. There were a lot of people who showed up, and I think hopefully we will continue to do that year after year. I also wanted to mention a couple points from the Silicon Valley Clean Energy. At our latest board meeting, we had some funding allocated to support member agency fleet electrification, which is important, as we all know. We had 20,000 funding, which was supplied for a high school film competition scholarship. And we've got some energy resilience projects that are coming throughout the region, as well as we'll be looking at new construction breach codes throughout the county. We also are doing power prepay program, which is approved by the board last year, and that will help to allocate clean energy purchases even more. So I don't want to take more time, but we're definitely trying to double down and make sure that we meet our aggressive goals that we have coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Beltran. And Mayor, I don't see your hand up, but just in case, do you have anything that you would like to report?
I do not, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to make comments on an item that is on the agenda, please wait until that item is called. Members of the public are entitled to address the city council concerning any item within the Morgan Hill City's Council's subject matter jurisdiction. Public comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes, except for certain specific exceptions. The city council is prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda tonight. Public comment is intended for comments. Questions posed during the public comment are not generally answered. If you have questions, please send these to ccpubliccomment@morganhill.ca.gov, and the question will be answered. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that would like to address the council at this time?
We have one speaker card and I am not seeing any hands up on Zoom at this moment. So we'll start with our in-house speaker, Michael Birchfield. And if you can step up to the podium we have up there to my right.
Way over there.
Way over there.
Thank you.
And as long as there's a red light on, the mic is on. Do you see a little red light there?
And Michael, you will have 3 minutes and
No,
the
it's on.
clock will be posted.
I turned it on. Yeah, my name is Michael Birchfield. As I was introduced, I'm a chaplain for the Morgan Hill Police Department. My family and I have lived in the community since 1987. And I'm also one of the local pastors. And I would just like to offer a prayer for you, the city council, Mayor Pro Tem, all of the council members, Mayor Constantine. You're our elected officials. You have a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. And so I want to beseech Almighty God to just give you wisdom. So allow me to pray really quickly. Great God in heaven, we come before you and we thank you that you're overseeing all of the proceedings here tonight. And so I want to lift up to you, Mayor Rich Constantine and Councilman Gino Borglio. I want to pray for Councilwoman Yvonne Martinez Beltran and Councilman Renee Spring, also Councilman John McKay. I pray for our city manager, Christina Turner, for city clerk, Michelle Bigelow. I pray for our city attorney, Donald Larkin, all of their staff. I pray for our police chief, Shane Paulsgrove, fire chief, everyone who is in the public service, that you would be giving grace and wisdom to them. Please give them wisdom in decision-making. Please provide for them unity and leadership. I pray also that you would give them the ability to exercise impartiality, to represent all groups in our great city of Morgan Hill. I pray that you would also work and give them a sense of justice, equity, peace, love, and empower them to serve our community well. And I want to pray for our community that you would give us grace to support them and to help them. And for those of us who have faith, to be praying for them so that they might discharge their duties in a good and a helpful way. I thank you that we can pray to you. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birchfield.
We have another speaker, Joe Baranowski. Oh, I didn't That one projected also. Let me see. I can do it from my computer. I didn't have that one down for projection, just the second one. So let me get that up for.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Just a second. I'm just gonna
Send over or not?
It's a different one. I'm gonna just share it on my Zoom screen. Okay.
You know,
here we go.
that's okay. I can talk to it, Michelle.
Nope, I can bring it up right now.
What's that?
I'm gonna bring it up right now.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Yes, good evening. My name is Joe Baranowski. I've been a Morgan Hill resident for 21 years. In the fall of 2019, the city commissioned a $30,000 study with a group that specializes in doing statistically meaningful polling. The actual goal was to see whether a tax measure would be supported that they were considering putting on a 2020 ballot. But the very first question they asked all the residents they reached out to, registered voters, was, quote, would you say that things in Morgan Hill are generally headed in the right direction, or would you say that they are off on the wrong direction? Now, you can see the results here depending on which subset they asked. It was either slightly under 50% or just over 50%. But for the last 3 years since that study, some people in our government would have you believe that we time warped to 2013, the lower red circle, when there was 81% people who thought we were headed in the right direction. Now, as things became obvious that there was some discontent among residents as they saw things that people didn't really appreciate and didn't agree with, there was a narrative that was developed that to justify that everything was going in the right direction, that it was just a few loud voices, and more recently, and it was the warm and dark internet or unsavory issues that permeate the internet. That was the problem. A few loud voices. Everything was going in the right direction. But I submit that what happened on November 8th of 2022 actually shows that there is no silent majority that believes you can have so little belief in the citizens that when they sign something, they don't know what they're signing. There's no silent majority that believes it's okay to make decisions on very large projects, impactful projects, without having the slightest consideration or understanding of what the health, safety, and welfare impacts to the Morgan Hill community will be, or what's best for most. We heard that, well, 3,500 signatures doesn't represent 38,000 people when independent, all volunteer teams brought those petitions to City Hall. Now we have about 16,500 voters that just voted. Now, I don't expect that those who use that narrative for 3 years are going to change because I'm talking, and that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to waste your time or mine. But I'm actually here to make a pitch to the city manager. The 5 members of council who are going to resume their positions as a result of the election, I believe understand that change is why they got elected. They're 5 people. Many of these issues, by the time they come to the council, the 200 people, hardworking people that actually make our government work, they've been involved in that process. Change will not happen because of the 5 council members. I urge you to also consider what the results of the election showed, what we've known since 2019, that the residents in the community want things to change for the better. And I hope that all of the employees that you are responsible for guiding and mentoring and and report to you will also consider what that meant. We do need change, and I hope we get it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any other speakers?
I have no other speakers and I'm not seeing any hands go up on Zoom.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. We're going, because of the one remote member of the council, we're going to always do roll call tonight. So can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as posted tonight?
Second.
So we have a first, I believe, by Councilmember Spring and a second by Councilmember McKay. Thank you. Next item on the
Mayor Pro
agenda.
Tem, I'll need to do the roll call vote.
Of course.
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli, Councilmember Spring,
Aye.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay.
Aye.
And Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Items appearing on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one motion. Pursuant to the city council policies and procedures, CP 97-01, any member of the council or public may request to have an item removed from the consent calendar for comment and action. And I would just ask, if you have a comment, I would rather not remove the item. You can make the comment or the opinion, and we can leave it on the consent calendar. It is totally up to you. So are there any council members that wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? Any members of the public that would want to remove an item from the consent calendar?
We have no cards for the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I would like to,
I would like to make a comment. At what point would you like me to do that?
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. You can make it right now.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, I had a question on item number 3, why we were omitting those particular categories, and the answer is that they are not filled at the city. So they're currently, they're not positions that we have people in right now. So thank you.
So are you okay with leaving it on the consent calendar?
Yes, I just wanted to share that comment. I had a question about it and I wanted to make sure that I.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Beltran. So, can we have a motion to approve the consent calendar as is?
I'll second it.
So we have a first by Councilmember McKay and a second by Councilmember Spring.
Now do the roll call vote.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli.
Aye.
Councilmember Spring.
Aye.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay.
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're up to number 12, item number 12. It's a public hearing for the adopt resolution of the formation to form the Morgan Hill Property and Business Improvement District. And I believe Matt Mahood will provide the presentation. Am I correct, Matt?
That is correct. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Aloha, Mayor Constantine, members of the City Council, my city teammates, and members of the community. My name is Matt Mahood. I am the Economic Development Director for the City of Morgan Hill. Tonight, I'll be presenting on the downtown Morgan Hill property and property improvement district. In November and December of 2021, in alignment with the 2017 Economic Development Blueprint and as part of the downtown lane reduction conversation, the city staff engaged our downtown property owners to gauge their interest in a downtown property and business improvement district, also known as a PBID. The survey of needs and wants was identified, and the top issues property owners would like to see addressed included safety, maintenance, and beautification. In March 2022, the city council approved a contract for city staff to engage with Civitas Advisors to assist city staff in navigating the P-bid formation process. Over the course of the next several months, city staff conducted 3 steering committee meetings with downtown property owners, residents, and business owners to develop a management district plan. Staff mailed P-bid awareness and marketing materials to every downtown property owner. In September, we conducted an outreach meeting inviting all downtown property owners to participate. City staff has reached out to all 59 downtown property owners, and we have been in direct communication with over 40 property holders in the downtown district. During the entire process, we met with and kept informed of our process and status the Morgan Hill Downtown Association and the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce. On September 28th, the City Council approved the intention of formation resolution for the Morgan Hill Property and Business Improvement District. The next day, on September 29th, city staff mailed P-bid ballots to all 59 downtown property owners. Including in the mailing was a ballot notification letter, a ballot instruction document, individual property owner ballot, and a pre-addressed return envelope. Over the course of the last 45 days or so, the city clerk has been receiving completed ballots from downtown property owners. Tonight, we are prepared to count the ballots to see if a majority of those property owners who return their ballots support the P-bid formation. And if they do, it's staff's recommendation that the city council adopt the resolution forming the Morgan Hill Property and Business District, Business Improvement District. But before we go into questions, I just have a couple of updates that were mentioned in the staff report. First, the MDP was slightly adjusted. The original budget was for the district, downtown district, was $282,680. That's been adjusted downward to $249,356. The reason for the downward adjustment was that upon further review, we removed a couple city-owned parcels that are only sidewalk and streets, are street locations along Butterfield, and they are not commercial properties, so they should not be assessed. In addition, we removed the lumberyard residential development as it's being reassessed to a multifamily development, and it will never be part of the downtown assessment district. So the result of that change is a $33,324 reduction in the MDP budget. Second, the city's original assessment was $134,991. Because of the removal of those city-owned parcels along Butterfield, the sidewalk and the streetscape, the city's updated assessment is $108,155. So it's a downward adjustment in the city's cost to the P-bid of $26,836. Again, the city's contribution to the assessment district will be $108,155 the first year. So with those amendments, you have a new revised MDP in the staff report. Tonight, staff's recommendations are to open and close the public hearing. At the close of the public hearing, vote with tabulation of the ballots. And third, if the ballots in support of the P-bid formation exceed ballots in opposition to P-bid formation, adopt the resolution of formation for the Morgan Hill Property and Business Improvement District. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Matt. So this is going to be a little bit of an unusual item where we're going to actually do ballot counts, and we'll do the discussion after that ballot counts. But I'm going to officially open the hearing at this time, and we're going to do questions only and public comment. So does any of my colleagues have questions for Matt? Martinez Beltran, Councilmember Martinez Beltran first.
Thanks, Matt. I wanted to know how many ballots did we receive?
I'm going to look at Brittany, but I think it's 35 in total.
Okay. Can you also tell me what happened to the prior monies that from the P-bid attempt? I don't remember when that was, but.
So the prior P-bid, there is $106,000 still left over from the prior P-bid.
Okay, and what's to happen with that?
So the intention for our intention is for the new P-bid Owners Association to use that money and allocate that money based on the previous management district plan that was in place when that money was collected and assessed.
Okay, so will there be some type of a note from the new board as to how those monies will be allocated? I'm assuming that there are members, if there is a new PBID developed, that there are members that were members prior.
That is correct. There are members, and there will be members on the Owners Association and on the Morgan Hill Downtown Improvement District Board of Directors, who will make that decision.
Okay. And can that be attributed to any particular project, or what are the guidelines for using those funds?
The guidelines are the previous management district plan under which those assessments were collected. It's not the new MDP, but you have to look at the old MDP and use the funds in that way.
Okay, but you don't really know what those parameters are.
I don't have that MDP in front of me, but we do have those parameters, and we'll make sure that that Owners Association follow those parameters.
I'm happy to hear that we're able to use it. It sounded like initially we may not have been able to do that. So that's great news. Thank you.
I believe Councilmember Spring is next.
I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your report. Yeah, it's about third time or fourth time we've been discussing this, but we refresh my memory. Why are vacant lots, open space lots, and especially multifamily and single resident excluded from the PBID? Was that because, especially from the multifamily folks, a lot of opposition was raised?
We concluded in our assessment when we were looking at the district that the best way to engage and get an assessment district into downtown was to engage the actual commercial property owners. If you were to actually go and engage the residential property owners, you're talking about several hundred people who you have to engage with. It's a very difficult and arduous process. And the benefit really is towards the commercial property owners. And we just looked at creating this district was just focused on commercial properties.
So thank you. So properties like the former El Toro Brewery, where do they fall into?
The El Toro Brewery is outside the district. Northern boundary of the district is Main Street.
Okay. The city would have to pay in about $108,000 per year, if I recall that correctly. Is that the amount just for the first year, or is that the amount for the duration of the 5 year the PBID is supposed to exist?
So the $108,000 is the first year assessment. The assessment occurs on an annual basis. It can increase up to 3% on an annual basis.
Thank you. And then I think in staff reports and it was mentioned before, we were told, well, this would then offset some of the expenditures that we currently have. I think the Twinkle Lights are called in the cadet program, if I recall that correctly, but there was no sum associated with those two items. So how much is offset out of the 108K, or how much are those two items?
So the Twinkle Lights and the cadet program are both programs that could be one-time expenses that the PBID takes over. I can't sit here today and say that they're going to go do that, but they are expenses the PBID could take over. I believe the Twinkle Lights is about $17,500 on an annual basis, and then the cadet program from the Morgan Hill PD is about $50,000 a year.
So that would be
67,
about $40,000. They will not offset, right?
Right.
Is my understanding correct?
The two examples are just two of the examples, but the team will go through each of our different costs that we expend to see if any others would qualify. And then the next layer would be for the board to either approve or not approve those costs.
Right, but city manager, that's an important piece, right, of the puzzle, right? So, and that's why I also never didn't vote for it in the past. I'm afraid that we will have this double dipping happening, right? We'll continue to pay for expenses downtown as well as paying into the PBIT. So when will we see expenses or projects being removed from our budgets for downtown? Once the PBIT will be in place as early as early 2024. I think that's a fair question.
It absolutely is fair. And yes, you're right. The effective date is as early as January of 24. Matt, anything else that you would add as possible one-time expenditures?
Those are the only ones that have really we've been aware of.
So my question is not answered. When will they get removed from on the city side, right? Those expenditures.
So the process would be for the PBIT to get approved, the board to be established, and then the board to decide how, what expenditures to make. And assuming that they want to make those expenditures, then as soon as we go through the budget process, or we would do a budget like a mid-year adjustment for those and other items. And then there will be, of course, some incremental items from the PBIT that the city would have, a share for, whether it's more maintenance or other sort of new items, public safety, additional public safety that the PBIT would be covering. That would be covered by all of the owners, and we would pay as the city our portion of it.
Those items, I mean, we start the assessment district in July of 2023. The first collections for the assessment district don't begin until December of 2023. The assessments don't start getting collected until January. Those monies don't start coming in until 2024. So realistically, you're not going to see any change in the city budget until that second half of 2020, or the first, I guess, part of 2024, where you might see a budget adjustment.
Understood. Yeah. And my last question is the board of directors. Can anyone become a board of directors from the city of Morgan Hill or even beyond? Or does it have to be one of those paying members?
So the board seats are open to a property owner, a business in the downtown that's paying, or a business operating in a property paying the assessment, or a resident. And there are two at this time. After the formation of the district, the initial board formation, there will be 2 open seats. And the intention of the board is to do an open call for nominations for those 2 available seats and fill the vacancies that way.
So someone representing a multi-family complex could, even though they're not paying into it, could then go on the board if elected?
If they're a resident, they could potentially serve on that board, yes.
If they're a resident of what?
The downtown district.
And many of the business owners are not residents of downtown. How does that work?
Because they're a downtown property, they're a downtown business operating in an assessed property.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember McKay, I didn't see your hand up. Am I correct?
No, I had my questions answered previously. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayor, I promised you I would go to you last because you're on Zoom and I can't see if you have a hand up. Do you have any questions, Mayor?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Since there are no more questions, I'd like to move to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that would wish to speak?
We do, and I would like to announce that ballots can be accepted through the end of public comment. So if you have one to submit and you have not yet done so, please do submit it to Kim, our Deputy City Clerk, in the back. Because once we close public comment, we can no longer accept ballots. With that, our first speaker is Nick Gaish, and he will be followed by Rosie Bergen.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, Staff, and Community. And again, my name is Nick Gaish, and I'm speaking to you tonight in my role as CEO and President of the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce. Recognizing that I am speaking to you tonight in advance of the downtown property owners ballot results, if the majority rule approval is decided, The Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce supports the decision to establish the Morgan Hill PBID for the following reasons. Let me provide a little context. Since the inception of the 2021 Downtown Working Group, the Chamber has participated in and contributed our voice in all sessions conducted by the city, as well as our own independent reach outs to our members and community at large. Throughout these sessions, we have offered our support for the formation of the Morgan Hill PBID, recognizing that the downtown business district serves as our city's destination point. It's the gateway for all related services and activities that Morgan Hill represents. Throughout every discussion on this subject, our position has been centered around three key principles: to demonstrate a participatory investment of time, resources, and assets of all voices to not only envision what can be accomplished, but means to actively engage in its design, implementation, and follow through. Ensure a community-centric mindset accompanying residents, business owners, operators, and city government based on transparency, trust, accountability, and resilience, and to develop an approach that would best leverage the collective strengths of what a public-private partnership model can deliver. Formation of a Morgan Hill PBID is not only complementary to these principles, it establishes a sustainable foundation of governance and measurable performance outcomes that's based upon evidence-based approach that's aligned with evidence-informed community. Bottom line, research continues to support that property-based improvement districts are good investments as they ensure adequate services for a growing, supporting supplemental improvements for public safety, infrastructure, maintenance, capital improvements, and marketing and special events that our city is unable to support based on budget constraints and priorities. If the ballot outcomes indicates consensus to form a Morgan Hill PBID, the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce fully supports an action to proceed, as we wholeheartedly believe that a strong and vibrant downtown will not only serve as a valued asset for continued growth from an economic development perspective, but more importantly, the formation of the Morgan Hill PBID will serve as a foundational asset to ensure a comprehensive and coordinated management model to manage the downtown district. But over time, the valued asset that is our downtown will showcase the intrinsic significance of Morgan Hill that attracts employers, investors, visitors, and residents for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gage.
Our next speaker will be Rosie Bergen, and she will be followed by Joe Baranowski.
Good evening. My name is Rosie Bergen. I'm a property owner and a business owner downtown. The city that supports a PBID is a city that shows tremendous stewardship of its properties investments. The city that rejects a PBID is an example of neglecting to maintain and enhance its city's assets. A couple of meetings ago, this council voted to support the PBID. However, two members did not support it. One member voiced the opinion of focusing efforts on the section of Monterey Road south of downtown. The other council person interpreted the reason for local property owner support was that it was obviously a good deal for the local property owners. I would agree that it is a good deal when the combined efforts of many produce a better result than the efforts of one. And it would be great to shed light on the section of Monterey Road south of downtown. I would encourage those property owner and business owners to work together, as our downtown has done, to create a zone that successfully attracts customers. Our downtown is nearing the final stages of the improvement district. Let's be that city that shows tremendous stewardship by voting in favor of the PBID.
Thank you, Mrs. Bergen.
Our next speaker is Joe Baranowski, and then we will move to our Zoom speakers.
Yes, good evening again. My name is Joe Baranowski. At the end of the last budget cycle, wasn't that long ago, the city manager issued a budget message, which is always part of that process. And part of the message was that the city is fortunate that its general fund reserves have accumulated to a healthy level despite the negative impacts caused by COVID. And that's a result of previous city council actions, better than expected revenue growth, and one-time fiscal stimulus received from the federal government, the ARPA funds. And it goes on to say, however, the projected costs to provide city services as a result of high inflation, as well as staffing the third fire station and additional staffing for police will undoubtedly use up a large portion of general fund reserves. And in fact, in the last year of this budget cycle, in fiscal year 27, it is projected to fall below the thresholds. And it says that during this time right now, the city may need to develop strategies to address shortfalls projected in the final year. Now, one of those strategies during the last mid-year review, which was only about 5 or 6 months ago, was that City Council voted unanimously that no new services would be considered unless they were targeted to public safety. Now, I guess the PBID is not considered a service, so here we are. I am glad that we haven't heard about this multiplication factor, how 60% of the citizens' ownership who's paying the most is somehow going to magically be multiplied. We're not hearing about that, and I'm glad, because it's clear that it's going to be very difficult to return that any multiplication factor when we own 60% of the property and pay 60%, right? On top of the $325,000 that we're already paying for maintenance in the downtown district. And I know that's broader than just the PBID district. So let's be clear, there are other needs. There's not going to be a magic multiplication factor. And so we're making a decision here. When we start wondering where that shortfall is going to come from and where the staffing for the third fire station comes from, $108,000. I don't know the exact FTE for our fire department personnel, but I bet you that's over half. So each year we're giving away half of a fire personnel person in order to do maybe some more twinkle lights and other things downtown. There is a trade-off. Thanks.
Mr. Baranowski.
So we'll move to our first speaker on Zoom, Michael Van Avery.
Hi, sorry about that. I was muted. First of all, I'd like to say that if I actually had to vote for the PBID, this is Michael Van Avery. I'm one of the owners of 93rd Street, the SunSuite Apartments. I appreciate the time here tonight. First of all, I did want on a lighter moment mention that if I had to vote for the PBID based upon Mayor Constantine's shirt, I probably would not vote on it. But with that said, I would tell you that the PBID is one of the best tools that a city and a community can use to keep a community clean, safe, and most importantly, it's not a drain on the city services. It provides additional resource for the city and the association managing these districts to actually have a lot of resource. Again, it seems kind of trivial. We take for granted clean streets. We take for granted landscape maintenance areas. We take for granted lighting and landscaping, as I noted, but these things are very difficult and very expensive to maintain, especially for business owners who pay high California property tax. I will tell you that right now, I'm actually part of another great neighborhood business district here in San Jose, California, where I'm calling you from. And it has a similar PBID in the area known as Lincoln Avenue. It's a fantastic tool for Willow Glen, for its neighbors, for its businesses. And it really does provide the resources for us to provide those, basic services. And as urban areas actually become more, busy, they have more problems. They have a lot of times things that we have to work in coordination with our police departments, our neighbor associations, and most importantly, our local government. So I just wanted to just give you my unwavering support for this. The ownership of SunSuite Apartments, which is locally owned by the Garcia family, the great Rocky and Glenda Garcia, and then humbly by myself and Republic Urban Properties. We wholeheartedly hope that you endorse and support this to move it forward. I believe the property owners have spoken. We're willing to tax ourselves. We're willing to make Morgan Hill a much beautiful place, provided Mayor Constantine never wears that shirt again. So with that, I say thank you and thanks for your time.
Mr. Van Avery.
And with that, Mayor Pro Tem, we have no more speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, I'm going to close public hearing. And we're going to announce that the deputy clerk will now open and tabulate the ballots. And while that takes place, what we're going to do, just something a little bit different. We're going to move to item 13 and go on to item 13. When that's finished, I'm going to come back to number 12, and then we're going to open the council discussion and take required action. So just kind of wanted to explain the whole process as we go. Next item on the agenda is item number 13, the appeal of a planning commission approval of vesting tentative map, the design permit, and the determination that the project is exempt from CEQA. And I'd like to open this public hearing at this time. And we have a presentation by Gina Paolini.
And Mayor,
Good evening,
Mayor Pro Tem,
Council.
before we have the presentation, this is a quasi judicial matter, so we would need the council members to declare any ex parte communications you might have had.
Thank you, Mr. Walken. So since this is a quasi judicial meeting, any contact with the developer and any association at all in this matter, you have to just announce that to the meeting. So is anybody has a matter that they would like to, did you ever have a meeting? No? Okay, and Mayor, I always promise to go to you last. I don't see a hand, so. Thank you, Mayor. So we can move forward, Mr. Walken?
Yes.
So I believe Gina will provide the presentation via Zoom. Am I correct?
Correct. I'm going
Thank
to,
you.
okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. This appeal is for the Monterey Curly project, and DeNova Homes is the applicant. The project is a single lot vesting tentative map and a design permit for 93 condominium units. The application has been filed under density bonus law and SB 330, permit the Streamlining Act. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on September 13th, and an appeal was filed by Mr. Long. This is the location of the project. It's located along Monterey Road, adjacent to Irish Construction, and it's also known as the family RV site. So this is the site plan, and the area that the neighbors have concerns with are the two larger buildings. These are the 7-unit buildings, and Angelica Way is right adjacent to that part of the project. So when this was before the Planning Commission, the applicant voluntarily accepted some conditions to the project, which were in addition to the standard conditions. And they agreed to plant additional landscaping along the southern property line with some larger trees. They also agreed to increase the fence height along their property line if there was going to be better screening value. And then they agreed to increase the wall height along Irish Construction site to 7 feet. The appellant has several concerns with the project, and they're very detailed in the staff report. So I'm just going to touch on a few of them here. I'm going to touch on all of them, but not go into great detail. They have concern that the balconies are proposed within the setback. Concerns with the daylight plane due to the height of the buildings. They're concerned that the buildings will impede on their solar access. And they're concerned with the trees that will be planted along the property line and that they may cause some root damage to their pools and decks. They also have concern with the noise from the HVAC units, some general concern on traffic, concerns that there will be some blockage of airflow to their homes. They're concerned with the light pollution from the buildings, the new buildings, the elimination of their sky, and the potential home values that may decrease because of the project. Following the hearing with the Planning Commission, the applicant has now come forward with some additional voluntary proposals. And they have found that they could decrease the height of the sevenplex by 2 feet 6 inches. Staff has no concerns or objection with this redesign and lowering the buildings a bit, because the project does meet the height requirements as originally proposed. The applicant is voluntarily proposing some screening to the decks and balconies, and this would be a louver system. Staff has looked at this and is not supportive of this change. We think that it would just not look good with the overall design of the project. They have now shown us the screening that could take place with the trees that were volunteered at the Planning Commission hearing. They're providing larger trees. They'd be maximum of 24-inch box, and they're showing that the size of those trees as they grow. So as I previously said, this project was filed under the Housing Accountability Act. It is a housing development project in accordance with the act. The Housing Accountability Act prohibits local agencies from disapproving or conditionally approving a project if it makes it infeasible. To deny the project, the city would need to find that the housing development project would have a specific adverse impact upon the public health or safety unless the project is disapproved. There are 2 letters in your packet, one from Holland and Knight opposing the appeal, and then one from EMB Law, which states that they would take legal action against the city if you were to approve the appeal. There's specific findings of fact with this proposed appeal, and they've not been found, the appeal hasn't been found to meet any of these findings that would otherwise support the granting of the appeal. The proposed subdivision meets the design and improvement standards of the general plan and specific plan. The project is consistent with the general plan and zoning ordinance. And the project, as I said, is subject to SB 330 permit streamlining process and is consistent with our design criteria. The proposed project will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. And the proposed project meets our design review criteria in the ordinance. So tonight we're recommending that the council hold a hearing de novo, open and close a public hearing, and adopt a resolution denying the appeal, reaffirming the Planning Commission approval of the project, and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to look at my colleagues for any questions to Tina or Jennifer. Councilmember McKay.
Hello, Gina. Thank you for the presentation. It's good to kind of see you. So I just have a couple of questions. One of the issues that was brought forward was that there was reference to a daylight plane. And I don't know, I mean, they referenced a section of the zoning code and everything. Was this development in violation? Is it disrupting that plane, that light that we all deserve? Okay, so that
it is not.
Okay, so that's
no, the project far exceeds setbacks for that district.
Okay, so that's not an issue. Irish Construction is concerned about the future. You know, and that is that, as we found out in so many instances, when you develop, people that move in, you know, down the road, then complain. And in this case, they're afraid that they'll get complaints and get shut down. Obviously, that's, there's concern there, and we've seen it happen. The question I would have is there a way to condition, all future purchases with a disclosure, which I think would probably be normally included anyway, that this is an active, operating business and there will be sound, dust, possibly light intrusion. Is there any way to condition, any future sales to disclose that?
I defer to Mr. Larkin on that.
I mean, that's the kind of disclosure that's ordinarily required. It doesn't necessarily resolve the problem, because if there's a nuisance, and a disclosure of that nuisance wouldn't prevent a homeowner from making a complaint.
Mm-hmm. Okay, is there any other action we might be able to take to help alleviate that concern?
I don't want to be dismissive of the concern. I think the issue is our ability to condition a housing project under California law is very limited. So I think there are certainly things that that can be done as part of the housing project that might mitigate those noise issues, and I think it would be in the developer's interest to do that, but that's not something we can require because that's not part of our objective standards.
Okay, can that be introduced into the conversation at some point then?
I think that the developers heard the complaints, so I'm sure they will take that into account.
Okay, thank you very much.
If I could just add the height of the retaining wall or the wall along that property line. So they have done that, raised it a foot.
Okay,
It's a 7 foot, and it's masonry noise barrier wall.
And
okay,
it
with,
actually is going to be about 9 feet tall because of the retaining wall that's there. So the wall will be placed upon the retaining wall. So it'll be about 9 feet.
okay, and the top 1 foot will be an open lattice.
No,
No,
No? Oh, I thought it was, the top foot was a lattice.
typically fences are, but this will be a masonry wall that will serve as a noise barrier.
Oh, okay, so they can go the full 7 feet then. Okay, I thought it was 6 feet with 1 foot of lattice normally. The last, just a minor detail, it says maximum 24-inch box for trees. Is that minimum? Or is that the largest specimen that you'll allow to be planted?
that's the largest they've agreed to.
Okay, so we couldn't incentivize them, ask them if they would start with a larger specimen to help the,
We can always
the
ask.
screening one?
We can always
Okay.
ask. We can't require.
Okay, I just see that it's a maximum, so if we're saying it's a maximum, it's gonna be hard to ask for more.
We can always ask the applicant if you would like to see something larger.
Okay, if that's appropriate and applicable, I'd like to see that then personally. So we'll see what the others say. That's it. Thank you very much.
Councilmember McKay. Mayor, would you like to make ask a question?
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to ask the city clerk to call.
I had a question, yes.
Oh, that's right. I looked to.
I did raise my hand when you asked for it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna let Councilmember Martinez Beltran go first.
Thank you, Chair. Gina, the 7-plex building you said was decreased by 2 feet. Does that address the issue of impeding the solar?
I don't know that would, that the buildings originally had designed would impede the solar. The applicant did the solar study and showed that in your report. And
Yeah, after 3 p.m.
Right. So it will help. It will
Okay.
definitely help.
Okay, and then you talked about the screening for the decks. Are we, and that staff was not recommending the screening of those to happen, but I'm wondering, would we be able to implement the screening maybe only along the side as impacting the neighbors?
Well, that's what they're proposing only on those.
So it wasn't for the whole project.
wasn't
It
for
was
the whole
just,
thing, just that, correct.
okay, and staff doesn't recommend that because of the look and the design aesthetics of the project.
Correct.
Okay, I think that Councilmember Kidd was getting this, but the balconies, are they actually in fact in that setback?
They are not. They're providing a 20-foot setback, and the setback is very small on that side.
Okay.
So they are not.
But there's nothing jetting into the setback. It's a clear 20 feet that they're required to have.
They're not required the 20 feet. They're providing the 20 feet.
They're providing it. It's not required.
It's not required. No, they far exceed the setback.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
They far exceed the setback requirement.
Okay. With the tree roots, I read that there was an issue about the tree roots and that some of the neighbors have pools there. If the tree roots were to grow in their yard and be cumbersome, do they have any recourse for that?
That again, I would defer to Mr. Larkin.
I mean, the short answer is I don't know at this stage. It's not a simple black and white answer.
Can we put that in there that if there were to be encumbrances on their property, that they would have some type of?
No, that's not in our objective standards, and we can only apply our objective standards.
So what typically does a homeowner do if there's a project that's been built adjacent to them and they now have roots lifting their landscaping or fencing or whatever it is?
I'm just not prepared to answer that question right now. It happened. There's neighbor disputes all the time, and they get worked out, but that's not the city's issue at that point.
Okay, is there, the reason that this is brought up, is this in particular to the new trees? Because there were trees and then they adjusted those trees because of the dropping to the pool. So now there's new suggested trees. Is there any, evidence that these roots grow greater than another type of tree? Is there some request for another type of tree, or is this just the developer chose this just because they were shifting from the droppings of the tree leaves?
So the letter came in during, based upon the Planning Commission action, not on the new proposal for trees. And the Planning Commission asked for evergreen trees so that they wouldn't drop leaves. So I'm not sure what the applicant or what the appellant's comments would be on this new proposal of the landscaping.
Okay, great. It says that in here it said the HVAC would probably be on the site adjacent to the neighbor. Is it in fact on that side?
I would have to look at the plans on that. Noise was not a concern. And I don't believe the HVAC units were on that side. But I can double check that.
And then also if you could check, I would imagine they're going to be, each unit would have one and they would all be on the bottom floor, right?
They would be, we can ask the applicant when they give their presentation to get more details on what their plan is for the HVAC units.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Beltran. Councilmember Spring.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The question I had this, can we reset the clock, please? No, I'm not a fast talker. The impact on their solar panels, right? So they showed some drawings or so, and then just saying, well, there would be no impact between 9 and 3 o'clock. But that means that there will be impact before 9 and after 3 p.m. Is that correct?
That's what they've shown, yes.
You know, that part of the impact isn't mentioned. It just says, well, there's no impact for 6 hours. But that there clearly is an impact for the other, I don't know, 10 hours.
There will be
Correct.
some shading because of the different heights of the buildings versus what's already been developed adjacent.
Yeah.
Away.
Yeah, I was kind of a bit surprised that one wouldn't mention that there is an impact. I don't see anything wrong admitting when there is an impact, right? There clearly is in that area. Yeah, so the air conditioning units, can you show the picture with where the neighbor is and where those two buildings are and where those units would be?
So I can show the picture and the units. I don't know where the HVAC units are proposed at this time. Because these are just the conceptual, but we can ask the applicant where they'll be located.
Yeah, thank you, appreciate that. If you don't know the answer, then I'd like the applicant or the applicant, I guess in this case, show us, because my reading of the drawing was it is facing the neighbor. But where I'm not good enough is to figure out, well, what is truly the noise impact when you have several of those units very close to your home, right?
So we did do a noise study as part of the CEQA document, and there was no impact. That was.
If you didn't know on which side this was, how can you do that study?
Well, the noise consultant did the study. Staff doesn't do the study.
The noise study assumed that the proposed project would locate the condensers on the outdoor ground level patio and the upper floor decks of the proposed buildings. The specific condenser model had not yet been selected. They used a typical residential condenser unit, identified the model, and then did the study based on that with the potential location of where those could be.
Right, but for this study, did they assume those units would be facing the neighbor side or not?
Yes. And they assumed that the HVAC noise equipment levels were meeting our exterior noise level standards of 60 to 65 dB.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clear answer. I don't know why we didn't get that before. But the other questions I had got answered by my colleagues. Thank you.
Councilmember Spring, Mayor, do you have any questions?
I do not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So now I'd like to thank you, council members. I'd like to ask the clerk to call the applicant and just announce that they have 10 minutes to make their presentation and 3 minutes rebuttals after questions.
Perfect. So we do have the applicants and his panelists. If those that wish to speak could raise their hand so we know. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable members of the City Council. This is Trent Sansom with DeNova Homes. I'm sorry I can't be there with you all in person this evening. I'm battling a bug that my children brought home from preschool, so I figured it was best to just zoom in from home. So thank you all for your time here this evening. My colleague and I, Carrie Watt, do not have an extensive presentation for you all this evening. We simply concur and appreciate all the diligent efforts from city staff put into the detailed and thoughtful staff report prepared for you all, and concur with their recommendations to deny the appeal and uphold the approvals of the Planning Commission based on the Housing Accountability Act, SB 330, Permit Streamlining Act, and us complying with all the objective standards. I would like to take a moment to try to address some of the comments or questions that were brought up just now in some of the deliberations. Tree box sizes, we discussed this extensively with the Planning Commission back in September. We at DeNova Homes are happy to explore larger box sizes if it appeases the City Council. But in some deliberations with the Planning Commission and our landscape architect, we felt that the longevity of the trees be better suited with 24-inch box trees for more longevity and health over time. But if the council would like to see some 36-inch, we're happy to accommodate that. Also, we're strategically locating the trees to be far enough away from the fence line to where we don't believe that the root growth and the establishment of these trees will venture over into our neighbors' properties by any means to cause any damage over time. And the extensive shade shadow study we did prepare did in fact prove, just ran out of room to start showing all the additional slides. But due to the orientation of the property and the buildings generally going from south to north and the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, the shade shadow study prepared that is attached with the staff report does fully demonstrate that there will not be any undue burden or impacts from shade going on to our neighbors that are onto the southeast of our property based on solar orientation. So Carrie Watt and myself and other members of our design team are on the call here as well to answer any other questions that come up, and thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Trent. I'd like to ask the council if you have any questions for the applicant, now would be a good time to. Councilmember Spring?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, so I asked the question earlier. I think so. Part one of the question where those AC units would be got answered. If you just could confirm that we all have the same understanding. But B, given that you have been listening to many of the concerns, have you also given it some thought on the noise level concern raised and any ideas of potentially what else you could do to mitigate those concerns?
Yes, sir, Mr. String. Yes, I do apologize. I failed to address that in my brief statement here. The condenser units will be placed on the ground floor as analyzed in the noise study and assessment for the CEQA initial study by city staff. They'll be on the sides of the buildings, and then based on the face of the buildings being about 20 feet away from the fence line and also being further up on the sides of the buildings in location proximity to other homes, they'll be about 50 feet away. So within ground level below the fence line, everything based on the noise study is correct that there will be no impacts based on the noise study commission with them being on the ground floor.
But there are units, that make more noise and units that make less noise. Have you given any thoughts what you could put in to at least put in units that make the least amount of noise as they are being sold these days?
Oh, most certainly, sir. Yes, with all the current Title 24 and California Green Building Code requirements, all the energy standards make these new units highly efficient and much quieter than older, more traditional style units. So we'll definitely be using the best that we can do to further mitigate wherever possible.
Right. Thank you.
Councilmember Spring, Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. I wanted to ask you, are there any units that will be on the upper levels that will extend above the fence line?
AC units?
Yes.
Oh, not at this point.
That we're talking about with the noise?
No, they're all planned to be on the ground level.
Great. Then I would appreciate those 36 inch, especially with since it's been mentioned about the roots, and the more mature, the better. I think the less surprises we'd have. The solar blockage issue is an issue, and we are, as you know, encouraging more and more, not just here, but all through the region, that people are using solar and that we are using clean energy, and to block people's solar is not really conducive to meeting that goal. Is there anything that you can offer to help address that?
If you can give me one moment, I'm going to pull up the shade shadow study really quick just to show that there is no impact. One moment here, please. Here it is. My computer.
Is there anyone here from your team, sir?
No, not in person. We're all on Zoom.
I was going to let you know, Trent, that Jeff Potts does have his hand up if you might want to defer to him for any answers.
Sure. Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, Mr. Potts, go ahead while my PDF loads up on my end.
Yeah, I'll let Trent pull up that shade study. We created the shade study with the buildings modeled in 3D and geolocated on the property. There is no shadows being cast on the neighbors roofs at any point in time during the year.
So there's clearly a difference between the study that you performed. Was there a separate study that was done then, or where are we getting these?
That was a statement from the appellant with no study.
Okay, so the 9-3 is a statement. The study that you're showing us here was conducted by yourself or by another?
That was created by my firm, showing the orientation of the property, the building sizes of the two buildings in question, and the shadows at various times of day during various months of the year. It's a very standard shadow study. The properties in question are at the lower, Trent's pointing to them, the lower right corner, so to speak, and you can see that the shadows from this particular project are being cast in the opposite direction onto basically other buildings within our project.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Beltran. I'd like to go to the mayor at this time to see if he has any questions.
No questions at this time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor. At this time, then, we can continue with public comment. So, do we have any members of the public that would like to speak on this matter?
Yes, I have one in person and one on Zoom. So we'll start with Bob Long in person.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Listening to all the comment by the applicant and the council, this is a classic example of putting a square peg in a round hole. This particular piece of property is not really suited for this project. If you look at the other projects that are going on in North Morgan Hill, there's 756 other units being built in North Morgan Hill, and will satisfy a lot of the housing issues that we all face here in Santa Clara County. And I really think as a community-based city that we live in, the residents of Angelica Way are collateral damage here. The sun study, I don't really believe what I just saw. We all understand that the solar that we have on our roofs, the privacy that we enjoy, the swimming pools that we have. Everything looks good on a piece of paper until you bring it to life. And this project is on a piece of paper right now. If you talk about the air conditioning, you talk about the study, that's one air conditioner, but there's 7 units on the building behind our house and 7 units on the building next door. So that's 14 units, not 1, but 14. I also think that this project was well a year in before the residents of Angelica Way even heard about this project. We were not informed back in February when the meeting took place, where this commercial property was rezoned to mixed use. And this project was presented to the council and approved. We found out about it on September 13th, when the planning commission sent a letter out saying that there was this project going on behind us. That's when we found out. So I think there's been a disservice done to myself and my fellow residents on Angelica Way. And it really bothers us a lot. And I've been in this community for 29 years, tax-paying, public supporting pro-growth, but responsible pro-growth. And this is not responsible. And like I said, the residents of Angelica Way are collateral damage. So it seems like the ship has left the harbor, but I would ask that you consider some of our objections, because as I read all the documentation today that was on the council agenda ad nauseum, it seems like all our concerns have been dismissed.
And this is not the community that I moved into 29 years ago.
Thank you, Ms. Long.
Our next speaker is on Zoom. It's Wang Tam.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council member. My name is Wing Tam. I'm field representative from NorCal Carpenter Union, Local 405. Today I want to talk about, this is such a good project. It's a huge project also, 93 units for residential. So it's pretty fit on our carpenter labor standards language. So such as the area, they have a lot of local carpenter, they will fit on the local hiring. So Morgan Hills is getting expensive. Everything is just cost for living so much. So prevailing wages is really important for the carpenter and their family also. I hope they can use all our appendices so they get the opportunity for they grow up, become to successfully carpenter. And healthcare benefit, not even though the guys who working, their family need the healthcare benefit also. I hope the developer can use our labor standards goal as the part of the project. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Madam Clerk, any more comments from?
We do. We have one more speaker in the audience, Joe Baranowski.
Email that I sent. It was labeled with this project.
Oh. Was that?
I'm sending it right now.
Okay, Christina's gonna send it to me.
I'm sorry, if you can get that. With the Monterey.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, while that comes up, again, my name is Joe Baranowski. My favorite topic, traffic. Well, first of all, these aren't my numbers, by the way. This is out of the Hexagon report for this project. What was planned for this site in the 2035 general plan? You know, always hear everything's included in the 2035 general plan. What was actually included for this site was 10 dwelling units, a small strip retail, and an unspecified size general office building. It was projected that PM peak hour trips would be 13. The current proposal, 93 dwelling units, 93 peak hour PM trips, 7 times. Talk about the northeast quadrant. This is typical. 5 to 10 times more trips than what was projected in the 2035 general plan. And eventually we're going to get to the bottom of that. We are, especially with what happened at Redwood. It was actually considered in this case. And here's what's really crazy. So we're going basically from what was projected with recreational vehicle sales in 3 PM trips. Now, I brought this up during the planning commission thing, and I'm sure this is not going to support the appeal, but I want to be on the public record again what happened to the picture. So we're going to have approximately 60 vehicles going into that project. There's only one way in. And they call it a left turn pocket. It's about 100 feet long. And the Hexagon consultant confirmed that that pocket will hold about 4 cars. As you can see here, as soon as that backs up, cars are going to be in the left hand high-speed lane. Well, I should say both lanes are high-speed on Monterey in the afternoon. I don't know whether anyone from Hexagon ever wanted to go out there during that time. It's nothing for cars to be in that lane going 65, 70 miles an hour. 4 cars, 93 units, 60 cars peak hour. And the argument was, well, it's going to be evenly distributed coming in. So it's just going to magically happen that 1 car comes in, turns into the lot. We'll never get more than 4 cars. But of course, even if that's true, which is highly unlikely, you're going to be gated by the northbound traffic. And there's no model for how that's arriving. You got massive growth just to the north, just to the south, could be heading north. You got traffic lights. So that little pocket there cannot possibly be adequate to serve that entire project. That is an accident waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baranowski. Madam Clerk, any other speakers?
Let me just see if any have been added. We have no more speakers on this item.
Thank you. I would like to bring the applicant back to do any rebuttal of what he's heard, if that's possible.
So Trent and Carrie, if you would like, you have 3 minutes to rebut any statements that were made.
You betcha. Thank you all so very much for the extra opportunity. I would just like to defer to all the thorough analysis and the traffic report that the city commissioned for it being the lead agency conducting the initial study for the CEQA review, and checking and confirming and verifying everything needed for the analysis that there's not going to be any major impacts based on CEQA rules and regulations these days. Other than that, we have nothing else to add, and just sincerely thank you all for your time and continue to concur with staff's recommendation to uphold the project approvals. Thank you.
This time, I'd like to close public hearing, and I'd like to move to council discussion and or action on this matter. Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
Thank you. May I ask the city attorney some questions?
Yes, thank you.
Anyway, can you tell me what do we have flex in here? We just had a conversation. I think it was our last meeting where we were talking about, this council had decided that we would see projects before they come, but really it was more ministerial. Can you differentiate for me the difference between that and where we are tonight? We were talking about there were other housing projects that were going to come through, and you were telling us we really didn't have any wherewithal to change things. So I'm trying to understand what is that? Are we precluded as well by that here with the same type of? This is clearly an all housing project.
Yes, under SB 330, in the Housing Accountability Act, we established and the council established objective criteria. But they're based on our zoning code and our rules and regulations that developers need to comply with. If they comply with those objective criteria, then we can't deny or condition the project any further. And that's the case with this project. So that it gives and I understand it's hard to create a one size fits all, and it's frustrating that we have to do this process in this way, but that's the system that the state has set out for us. So in this case, the project meets all of the objective criteria. So there's no basis which we would be able to further condition or deny the project.
Okay. Having said that, can I ask a question to the homeowner?
So we've closed the public hearing. So if you wish, we can reopen the public hearing. But that would also allow the applicant to then have another shot, because the applicant is always because the applicant has a property interest in the outcome of this decision, so they always get the last word.
What would you like to do, council member?
I'd like to ask the homeowner a question if I could.
So, I'm going to open and close the meeting again.
Yeah, we'll reopen, you'll reopen the public hearing.
Okay, so, I'd like to reopen the public hearing at this time. So Councilmember, Martinez Beltran.
Mr. Long, I'm wondering, I think that I hope that you understand here the constraints that we're working under with this development. I guess my question to you is there anything that at this point you feel that you might be able to ask the developer to do within, what we've discussed? Is there anything that we may have missed that you feel would help a little bit with Angelica Way? I understand your frustration. I'm from Morgan Hill. I've seen 29 years ago before your house was built. I mean, there was nothing there. I do very much have lots of empathy for what you're feeling and the frustration that you're feeling. But we also, this council does have rules that we need to oblige by. And, from what I'm looking at, I've tried to address the issues. I think we've talked about this earlier, but is there anything here that you think is something feasible that we're missing?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate, all the comments by the council certainly, but I mean, short of relocating those two buildings and making that visitor parking instead of 40-foot townhouses or 36 feet, whatever they are now, relocating those buildings to a different part of the property or eliminating them altogether. So there's 93 units minus 14 still gives you a pretty good number there. And if you've made that visitor parking, I think that would satisfy myself and my neighbors that are in attendance tonight as well, which during the planning commission didn't seem to be an option. But with all the other units that are being constructed, as we've illustrated here tonight, I think it's reasonable to ask the applicant not put those two buildings there and put parking or put something else in the place of those two buildings. It keeps the noise abatement intact. It keeps the sun that we have year round now intact. There's no solar issues. There's no tree issues, because we can all leave this meeting tonight and 15 years from now, one of those roots digs up one of our pools. Who are we going to go after? Nobody. It won't happen. Like I said, everything's good on a piece of paper until you bring it to life.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I guess I don't think we're able to do anything on the number of homes. I would ask the applicant, is there anything, I think this was something I read that you had already looked at the location of the parking, Jennifer, but could the applicant reply to the location of the parking?
Yes, ma'am, no problem. We went over the past couple of years, we've gone through extensive site planning evaluations to make sure that we're complying with all of the city's development standards and objectives outlined in the established zoning and land property. And unfortunately, any alternative layouts we do in order to comply with standards reduces the yield of homes on the property, which is a violation of SB 330. So unfortunately, we are not able to reconfigure anything because it would lead to lost units, which makes the project infeasible. And simply deleting buildings to lose 14 units would even make the project even more infeasible in violation of SB 330. So I do apologize, but we're not able to make any changes to the site plan or yield.
Thank you.
Councilmember, you finished? Councilmember?
Thank you, Chair.
I'm looking to my colleagues for any. No, Mayor, do you have any questions?
I do not.
So I would like to ask the applicant. I heard one thing that was a little disturbing to me, and that he indicated, that is Mr. Long, that he never got notices of this development. So what was your process, and could that actually be the case that he was eliminated from any noticing?
No, we actually went beyond on the noticing for this project. We went to 600 feet. So he would have been encompassed in that noticing. I can always check our list. We do keep a list of who we noticed. But we went beyond the requirements for this.
So, if I'm asking anybody other than the applicant a question, I go to the mayor, but since I'm in his seat, I'm going to ask Mr. Larkin if he could repeat, because that is a very key statement. It's a pretty serious statement, and it's a statement that takes local control away from the council. And that is what you just said about SB 330 and how it applies to this project. Would you mind repeating that, please? And maybe even emphasizing it a little bit more?
Sure. I call it the Housing Accountability Act because it's a statute that existed before SB 330. SB 330 expanded on it. It's been expanded on since. But under the changes to the law, as a city, 2 years ago, we were required to develop our objective criteria for housing projects. And the idea is that we as a city can create that objective criteria within reason. And if a project meets that objective criteria, then we're limited in our ability to further condition or disapprove the project beyond what's included in our objective standards. So the state has essentially said, cities, you go ahead and create your criteria, your zoning criteria, and in a way that you can meet your necessary numbers under the regional housing needs assessment. And then once you've created that criteria, you have to apply it evenly to any project. Project meets the criteria, it is approved.
Mr. Larkin, I appreciate that very much. That clarified my question. Before I close this hearing, there is another hand up. Madam Clerk, would you call that person?
We have somebody listed as resident on Zoom.
Hi, my name is Kevin Rock. I live in the PBID area, close to downtown. Similar to Mr. Long, and I'm assuming other residents, we had blasting here by the Nob Hill area. We were also not notified that they were going to be blasting close to downtown. So I believe the Longs, if they were not notified, similar activity happened to us as well. We were not notified by the city as well. So of those notifications. The other topic I wanted to bring up was of the 40 feet. I had new construction done downtown as well. Not close to that area at least, but I was not allowed to build over 30 feet. And I'm curious as to why they're allowed to go over that 30 feet limit. And the third point I wanted to ask is, why can't they reconfigure those buildings to the opposite side? I think it's by the Irish building company instead of closer to a residential area. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rock. Madam Clerk, is there any other speakers available at this time?
We have no more speaker requests.
No more speakers. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing again. I'm going to move to council discussion and or action on this item. Councilmember McKay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is an example of a development that we all that we deal with on an ongoing basis, and we see the challenges. We see that certain residents will be impacted, and we try to do our best to try to mitigate any of those damages that a resident might feel. And I think that it's been pretty evident here that we really tried hard to incentivize, I won't say incentivize, but to request voluntary concessions, and we can't force anything. And I think that's, and that's the state of the law right now. And I think that's something that, unfortunately, we have to live with right now. My simple question was going to be, is there a way to deny this? Is there a legal avenue to deny this? And from everything I heard tonight, there is really no legal avenue we can use to deny this. With that understanding and my sympathies to residents that might be impacted by this, I'm going to make a motion to approve. To approve the resolution to deny the appeal.
Second.
We have a motion to approve.
Have comments, please.
And by Councilmember McKay and a second by Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
Thank you.
And before we move on, Councilmember Spring would like to make a comment.
I think my colleague asked to comment first.
Great, thank you. Again, this is a difficult position that we're in. I'm very sorry that you are impacted. But I do want to say to the developer, we had the last council meeting that we had a developer here who I think really showed great exercise of working with the community. I heard some comments about meetings and that the applicant felt like they had learned of the project just as this was happening. And I do think that some of these issues, well, certainly not all of them, could have been maybe better addressed if there would have been meetings that had happened where Mr. Long and some of the other neighbors would have been included in suggestions, main concerns that they have whenever we're doing something in community. Not one of us five sit up here and make decisions on our own merit. We do have accountability to our community, and I think it shows good business when we have developers who go and do what we saw happen last time. And I think there were a number of community meetings. So I would just encourage in the future for longevity of working with the city, that would be a great practice to partake in and continue to do. And with that, I'll leave it with my second. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like, okay, sorry, I'm missing your hand going up. Councilmember Spring.
You mentioned my name earlier, so I don't know how it can be missed. They many call me an IMBY, right? The IMBYs have won though, at least for now. When prior to SB 330 and similar laws being enacted, I was the one screaming the loudest here and asking residents to go to our assembly members and state senators in asking them not to vote for that. Hardly anyone in this community followed my call. This is not what's happening, right? Our hands are tied. I can't say everything the neighbor said. I understand it's frustrating, right? When you all of a sudden have a big project coming in your neighborhood that you didn't expect or don't like probably. But there's nothing we can do legally anymore unless we get sued and we don't have the funds to fight those legal suits. It's just we can't, right? And we're not going to win them because it's the law. It's the state law. The only way to win is to get back our local control. And in 2024, there probably will be initiative on that topic, our neighborhood initiative that I'm a huge supporter of. And I hope you all that are frustrated will then go and vote and approve that. But that's not what we talk about here. And we just can say it's so frustrating, right? I understand everything, but I have to go with the proposal as well and deny the appeal, hoping that the builders really do even more so to like my colleague mentioned, to talk to the neighbors, to see what else can be done to mitigate the impacts. There will be impacts. It's clear. It's a huge project, right? Coming in your neighborhood. On the other hand, some of us live in a neighborhood where we live very close to each other. And yes, we have those discussions. Well, your tree just trashed my sewer line and so on, right? That just happens the closer you live with each other, and if you have not nice neighbors, you usually can work it out in a very good way. And I hope you will have that kind of neighborhood once the new neighborhood will be established between the current neighborhood and the new one. And then some wonderful people might move in that will be your best friends soon. And I hope that will happen. And so that's my comment. Unfortunately, I will have to go with the proposal as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Spring. So I don't want to, I want to make sure I don't miss our mayor. Did you want to make a comment before I move to a roll call?
I just want to make one comment, Mayor Pro Tem. First of all, I want to thank you very much for running this meeting. These hearings are not only difficult, as we've heard from my colleagues who have voiced their concerns and their empathy to the neighbors, but also it's a little bit hard to run. And I just want to thank you for standing in for me, because I too have struggles. I just want to ask my colleagues to please have patience with the Mayor Pro Tem and working out, because one, we're new back to being in person. Even though I'm on Zoom, it kind of feels like an old house. But I just want to again commend you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for running this meeting, as I am in the worst part of the world here in Hawaii.
Thank you, Mayor, for those kind words. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to look to Madam Clerk to initiate a roll call on this.
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli,
Aye.
Councilmember Spring,
Aye.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay,
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
Okay, so, yeah. So before, I was just going to say, thank you. So before we move back to item 12 and have the ballots read, I would like to recommend, would a 5-minute be okay, or would you rather a 10-minute? 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to recommend a 5-minute recess, if that's okay. Thank you.
Wow.
You can't come away.
Welcome back, everyone. I'd like to continue with the meeting. It's looks like we're a little bit over our break time. I apologize. So I would like to go back to item number 12 at this particular time. And have the clerk announce the results of the ballot and then open council discussion and or take any action items. So at this time, I'm going to hand it over to our great clerk, Michelle Bigelow.
The total of 36 ballots received. 2 of those ballots did not count due to a lack of signature or a lack of choice made on the ballot. Of those 36, of the 34 that were counted, there were 18 ballots voting yes and 16 no. However, this is a weighted ballot. So as the results are weighted, it would be 88% yes vote, 12% no vote. If we took the city's vote out of those ballots, the weighted yes vote would be a 66% yes vote, and the no vote would be a 34% no vote. So with that, we do have ballots affirmative for a yes for the PBID.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I'm going to move to council discussion and or action items. I see Matt and Brittany are up front to take any and all questions. Would you raise your hand?
No.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Councilmember McKay.
Yes, we're in discussion now, I assume.
Yes.
Okay, well, hearing the votes, obviously that there is a majority support for the formation of the Morgan Hill Downtown Business Improvement District. I do believe that this will become an asset to an entire community. When we strengthen our downtown, I think what it does is it creates a place for everybody to go. I know that many businesses use our downtown as a tool that helps them recruit. And I think that, by looking at the old standards of how towns were developed, the downtown was the heart of the city. And I continue to believe that and support that. With that, I do support the resolution. I can't find it here to create the formation of the Morgan Hill Downtown Business Improvement District.
So are you making a motion?
Yes.
Second. Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
I have a question for city attorney. Oh, well, we have Mayor Constantine still with us. Okay.
Does this vote have a majority for council?
Yes. So it requires a council majority.
Was that answered for you?
Yes, thank you.
I'm not sure if the mayor is, wanting to speak. I just want to make sure so I don't leave you out. No? Okay. Very good. So we have a first and a second. And, Councilmember Spring wants to make a comment.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, no matter where one stands on the PBIB topic, and I mentioned it in previous meeting, I think the proposal is flawed, and not something I like. But that doesn't mean that any of us do not like our downtown and do not support the city. Over the past few years has invested over 20 millions already and counting into the downtown area, right? And it is looking nicer, and we all love it. So reading more into a vote yes or no vote than there is an intention would be wrong. I think everyone sitting up here loves and supports our downtown as is, and I just want to make that very clear. We always label people quickly and say, well, just because you don't like what I want, you don't like our downtown. That's just so further from the truth, and it needs to be clarified. And that applies to all the citizens. I don't know anyone who doesn't like our downtown, right? But our topics, where we sometimes like any family, big family, disagree, right? But we still can like an item. So we shouldn't just label people or others with other opinions in a negative way, and then should just accept that there are different opinions, and one can say yes, one can say no, but don't read more into it than needed. That's my comment here.
Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just say, there were 59 properties in downtown. I too think it is flawed. I do wish that not-for-profits, and I know I've expressed this before, were not included in that. I know that we have a small percentage of that, but I still wish that they didn't have to participate in that. And I would have liked to see more of a turnout. I would have also liked to see more of a turnout in a general election. So I guess one can wish, but I do see the votes are there. I am happy to see that it is a 66% if we do remove the city itself, that we're looking at the actual businesses and people who are in downtown. So I'm grateful for you doing the work that you did to reach out to people and try and get them to vote. Thank you very much for doing that. But I too am a huge supporter of downtown and all of downtown. I'm a huge supporter of all of Morgan Hill, and whether or not you support the PBID doesn't mean that you do or do not support the downtown. I'm not, as I said, enthusiastic with the low turnout of the votes. I think that, 59 people, I could walk that in one day and see if we could get a hold of them. But I do think that we need to move forward. I know that we've done considerable work. I appreciate all the work that the staff has done reaching out to do this. We've tried it before. I'm hoping that this time it will be more successful. And I absolutely am looking forward with the board to be alleviating some of those expenses, like the twinkle lights, like the cadet program, all the things that we've been promised that this is going to mean. We need that help with our general fund. And so I absolutely hope that this will be, the silver bullet for everybody to get more maintenance in the downtown and get what they're looking for, and also to help alleviate where we know that we're headed in a few years if we don't make some changes. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Beltran. So, Madam Clerk, could you make the roll call for us, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli.
Aye.
Councilmember Spring.
No.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay.
Aye.
And Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
Thank you. And that passes 4-1.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience on this one, council members. The next item on the agenda is item number 14, approved zoning amendment to add the plan development combining District and approve a design permit amendment to allow for an additional level for the approved Granada Hotel. So we have Tiffany Brown to provide a presentation for us. And it's nice to see you in person as opposed to the little box on the screen.
I have to remember how to do this. Yes, it is nice to see you all and good evening. Let me go ahead and open this presentation. Here we go. All right, thank you. My name is Tiffany Brown and I will be presenting item number 14 tonight, which is for the Granada Hotel expansion. The Granada Hotel is located within our downtown along the east side of Monterey Road in between First Street and Second Street. The general plan designates this site as mixed use, and the zoning designation is commercial business district mixed use with ground floor overlay within our downtown specific plan. And the site is a little over an acre. So starting off with some background on this project so we know how we got here today. Back in 2014, the city started disposing, or excuse me, the redevelopment agency started disposing former site assets within our city, which included this site, which was the Morgan Hill Mall. And part of that, there was a request for questions and proposal process that was consistent with the long range property management plan that was completed, that resulted in the purchase sale grant agreement for a 2-phase project. So the first phase was the rehabilitation of the Granada Theater, which is now used as a special event and assembly use today. And the second phase is for the Market Hall Restaurant Boutique Hotel. Consistent with that agreement, the developer moved forward with approvals for the Market Hall Restaurant Boutique Hotel and received approval for that in 2016. The use permit and design permit included a 67, almost 70 square foot hotel that is 4 stories and 55 feet tall and includes 60 guest rooms. It also includes a pool with outdoor living lounge area, outdoor green event space, guest services, including gym and valet parking, a market hall, bars and restaurants and bar with restaurant, a boutique hall, and also meeting rooms for guests. So why are we here today? Today, we are here for an amendment to that design permit to allow for a partial 5th floor, which would allow them to add an additional 11 guest rooms on that floor. We're here to convert 2 additional guest rooms, or we're here to convert the gym into 2 additional guest rooms and introduce some facade modifications that highlight the entrances along Monterey, and also increase the windows and add some new building materials, which we'll go through in a second when we look at the elevations. And we're also here for a plan development. Now, the downtown specific plan doesn't allow for exceptions to standards without a plan development. It just doesn't have that process. It requires the plan development for the process. So we are here for a plan development that provides exceptions to the height limitations within the downtown specific plan. It also will memorialize the approved uses from the use permit, and it provides performance standards that need to be met and achieved in order to get that exception of the height limit. Here is the elevation of the design amendment. So here you can see some of the materials that have changed, and things that have changed would be on the 1st and 2nd floor, you still have brick veneer, but the windows on the 2nd floor have been enlarged and now blend down to the 1st floor, which really kind of adds to public interest when you're walking down the street and activity. You could see what's going on through those windows, and it really increases that ambiance in the hotel. The 3rd and 4th floor have added a softer cream color And they are still utilizing glass as balconies to kind of show the different push-pull throughout the first and second, or the third and fourth floor, excuse me. And they are also adding a wood look type of tile on the windows to kind of soften that image. And at the corner entrance, they're bringing the top down to the bottom to really make it a complete look for the structure. And here is the elevation. So we're also here to talk about the additional height. What we are talking about is not the 4 stories that you see, but we are talking about that blue line and above. So that blue line and above would allow for the additional partial 5th floor. Now I say partial because it's very similar to what was approved for SunSuite. All the rooms will be central to that building. So they will be pushed back 28 feet from that edge of the 4th floor. So when you're standing up in the ground and you look up, you will see the 4th floor top. You will not see anything beyond that, similar to the SunSuite project. And I just wanted to go through all the different side elevations with you. So there's that additional height there. You will see the gray portion of the structure that is required by building code. So that's the additional height for the elevator and the stairwell that needs to have access to the roof. And again, we're going to do it again on this side. So this is the rear elevation. And that would be the additional height there. And then this is the first street elevation. And that would be the additional height there. And here is a shot if you were standing somewhat in the middle, median, if you will, downtown. And you could see to the right, the kind of shadowed structure would be the theater and how that interacts with the proposed structure. And the additional height, again, is above that M and that dark line. And this is just another conceptual view from First Street looking at the structure. And then just walk through the floor plans. We continue to utilize the Market Hall restaurant and flex space on the first floor, and the second floor remains like the banquet hall, amenity pool deck, etc., that support the hotel. And the rooms continue to be on the 3rd and 4th floor, with the addition of the 5th floor. And this is where you'll see those additional 11 rooms. The development I had mentioned was a few things. One is provides an amendment for the height limit to allow for the partial 5th floor, adds the performance standards, affirms the approved uses from the use permit, and also adds a public benefit as required for a planned development. In this case, the applicant is proposing valet parking for the hotel guests, which was already approved. The substantial public benefit portion was that it would also be allowed for all visitors coming to our downtown. In addition to that, he is proposing a mural on the rear of the building that will be approved by the commission. The performance standards outlined within the plan development include the following. So there are timelines. There's the building permit submittal of the partial 5th floor by April 30th, 2023. Construction to resume on hotel by August 31st, 2023. Secured building permits for partial 5th level by September 30th of 2023. Complete exterior facade before interior improvements, 24 months after construction resumes. Number 5 is non-essential hotel amenities should not be completed prior to the completion of hotel rooms. Hotel rooms to be operational by December 31st of 2025. Provide valet parking services to non-hotel customers. Incorporate the mural on the rear of the building. The city may revoke the added height of the construction if it doesn't resume by August 31st of 2023. And there is the requirement of a memorandum of understanding to memorialize the penalties that could happen if it's not achieved. The project is consistent with the general plan and the downtown specific plan and the zoning ordinance and any other applicable design standards. There is no substantial changes to the project, therefore it does not have a significant effect and no further environmental is required for this portion of the project. There was community engagement. We did advertise the project before we came. As an update, we did receive one more public comment via email that I'm aware of, and the city clerk has proposed as part of the report, if we did receive any more, that has been updated to you. At the October 10th Planning Commission, they reviewed the project and they are recommending approval of both the plan development and the amendments to the design permit with no changes. There was 6 ayes and 1 absent. Staff tonight is recommending that we open and close the public hearing, waive the first and second reading of the proposed ordinance, introduce a zoning amendment ordinance approving the plan development commanding district, and adopt a resolution approving the design permit amendment for the addition of the 5th floor with minor facade modifications. That does conclude my presentation. The applicant is here tonight. He does have a presentation for us, and we're here to answer any questions you have.
And Mayor Protem, before we get to questions, I neglected to remind the council at the beginning of this item that this is partially quasi judicial. So if there were any expedited communications, council members need to disclose those.
I look to my council members, Councilmember McKay, you first possibly.
Sure. I'd like to say that the applicant told me about the potential for adding the 5th floor several months ago. And since then, I have intentionally avoided discussing this item.
Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
I did reach out to the applicant, but I did not get a response.
Councilmember Spring.
I did not meet. I did not hear or meet with the applicant.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry.
I'm the mayor. You're doing great.
I'm so sorry.
No,
Mayor.
I'm sorry. I've got the island spirit here over here. Hey, I did have a conversation like Councilmember McKay several months ago, but I have not had any recent discussions on this item as it pertains to tonight's item.
Thank you, Mayor. And I had a meeting, not a meeting, but I met him at the July 3rd Family Street Festival and probably spent a half hour. He was with a lot of his friends in front of the Mohai. And so, you know, we talked in general terms, but that's the extent. I mean, I wasn't even aware of this until this came last Friday. Am I okay now?
Yep. So now we can move to questions.
Okay, so at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing and move to council questions. So open the meeting. Okay, I see Councilmember Spring's hand now. So I'm going to go first to Councilmember Spring.
Thank you so much for the, I'm trying to do the math. So the partial 5th floor would add 11 more rooms.
Yes.
But 90 plus are needed to reach the minimum requirement to get additional financing, correct? So where are the other rooms?
So there's 11 on the 5th floor and then 2 will be added because they're converting the gym. But to answer your question about the balance between what they're proposing in 90, I'm going to defer that to our economic development team.
Okay. And Michelle, I can't see the timer, so. Okay, thank you. It's not paused.
She was showing
I didn't hear the question, so.
Who's gonna speak on that question?
I didn't hear the question.
Oh, I see. Okay, I thought you were listening. The question was, 60 rooms were originally, right, for what was used to be called the Granada Hotel. That got approved, 2015, 16, and now 90 rooms are needed, right? So that Mr. Liao and his company would get additional funding. But that partial fifth floor only mentions 11 rooms. So that's 71 rooms. Where are the other 29 additional rooms going? Where are they coming from?
So you're assuming that the hotel needs 90 rooms? Is that?
That's what I thought the report said, yes.
The report? No, I think you may be misunderstanding the report. What we have said from an economic development standpoint is that many hotel brands require a minimum of 90 rooms to be branded and or for them to be operationally functional. So because this is a boutique hotel, it's less than 90 rooms. It's not likely to be branded by a national brand, and it's a unique funding model because the developer can't go out and get a Hyatt or a Marriott to come in behind and stand up and finance the brand. So that's why it's unique. The proposal to add a partial fifth floor will get from 60 rooms to 73 rooms, 11 rooms on the fifth floor and 2 rooms on the fourth floor. And they'll be converted rooms from that's now, I guess, designed as a gym, and they'll be converted to hotel rooms. That answer your question?
That does answer my question, and I stand corrected. I guess I was so focused on the financing part that I overlooked. And why does that make a huge difference with regards to, that might be a question then for Mr. Liao, for 60 rooms or 71 or 73, whatever it will be. I'm struggling to understand why that makes the huge difference for the financing. And I'd like to.
The applicant may be better suited to answer that question.
Yeah.
However, from a basic economic standpoint, more rooms will equal more opportunity to generate revenue, and room nights and ancillary revenue from other opportunities to drive revenue through the hotel. So, 60 rooms is the current. Adding 13 rooms is, I'm not going to do the math on the fly because I don't like doing that, but it's roughly 18% increase in number of rooms, and that's going to generate additional revenue.
Right. One also could say, well, 100% full of 60 rooms is better than 50% full of 71 rooms, right? So I struggle to understand why that makes such a huge difference with regards to financing. So, is the initial idea that I always had liked that Mr. Liao had proposed was that market hall idea. Does that survive this? Okay, that's an answer. And then the next question I have, there's a reference to the MOU with penalties. I don't recall having seen the MOU. So what penalties do we talk about here?
Yeah, so the memorandum of understanding is referenced in the staff report, and it does, the staff report goes into the performance standards and penalties. So they're enumerated between 1 and 11. And so the intent is for the MOU to basically document all of those requirements and what would happen if those requirements were not met.
And to answer the other part of your question, it's not drafted yet because council hasn't taken the action to direct what would be in that. So what goes into that all depends on the council's action tonight.
Right, I understand, and I saw the requirements, right, and deadlines, but I didn't see a reference to penalties. But what are the examples of penalties you can think of? Because I agree with you, lesson learned, right? If you don't put certain stakes in the ground, it's just not going to happen. But I'd like to better understand what we're talking about here.
Yeah, Don, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so one of the things that the planning commission talked about was liquidated damages. There would be penalties for non-compliance with the terms of with the deadlines of the agreement. We'd want to build enough flexibility into those so that if there is another change to the economy or another pandemic or an earthquake or anything like that, that we wouldn't be overly punitive, but more along the lines of a commitment. What it really reflects is a commitment from the developer to develop the project in a timely way. And so we would, so that's one of the penalties that we could build into that was discussed at the planning commission.
But in order to make things happening, shouldn't they be much more, sometimes you have to add some tough love to make things happen. And if there's no incentive for, and during the RDCS time, we had a lot of them, right? If you missed a certain deadline, you had one more chance. And if you missed it, your allotment went back in the bucket. Remember those days? So don't we have any means like that?
So yes, and as it's written now in the PD ordinance, it's exactly the same as RDCS in that if they don't meet their deadlines, they lose the fifth floor. They've already got approvals for the 4 floors. They're asking for an additional partial floor. And if they miss the deadlines, they don't get that additional partial floor, just like in RDCS. So what we're talking about with the MOU is what would the additional mechanisms be to ensure that the deadlines are met above and beyond just what we always do with those types of projects.
Right, but even if council work approved this partial 5th floor, then can we put anything in? Hey, this hotel has to be operational as of January 2025. If not,
that's exactly what I.
What is the XXX, right?
One of the things that the planning commission talked about was liquidated damages. And that means monetary penalties.
Okay, that's
what liquidated damages.
Now we're getting there. And when do we get to hear those specifics?
And the specific dates are included in the standards.
The money talks.
The liquidated damages.
And that's something that we'd be looking for. That's not part of what the MOU that's not part of the PD ordinance that council is looking for tonight. That's what is being suggested as a condition of approval. We come back with that. I would say that they would be flexible enough. The idea, and this is why we don't have it firmed up, because a lot's going to depend on council's direction, but it has to be flexible enough. But we're not being overly punitive when another COVID hits and there's really no way to build a project. And we're not going to then start assessing penalties against a developer who can't develop even if they're ready to and want to, versus overly lenient so that it's just a cost of doing business to not meet the deadline. So that all remains to be dealt with, assuming that council approves the 5th floor.
Right. And where would it be mentioned that, again, those deadlines will be defined, that they can't come back and ask for an extension over and over and over again? Where is that defined?
They can ask, council doesn't have to grant it. I mean, council can always go back and amend the PD ordinance. That's you can't, and we can't tell a future council they were prohibited from amending a PD ordinance.
Okay, let me ask differently. Then would any extension have to be approved by a city council?
Not any extension, but I'll let Jennifer answer what the exception.
That's the reason why I'm asking that question.
Thank you. Yes. So the PD outlines the time extension process. They're allowed to administratively, one by the city manager. Anything after that would have to come to council. The 2 administrative are typical of our zoning code, and we took the language out of the zoning code and just followed the same process.
And that would be an extension for what, 2 months, 5 years?
That is not, let's see. If additional time is needed for any performance standard listed in section A, after a 2-year time extension was approved, so 2 years. So to approve anything in those performance standards for 2 years if requested.
Okay, and maybe also Mr. Leo would have to answer, but would the Mohai Social continue to be functioning as once they started working on the hotel again?
So my understanding, and we'll let the applicant clarify, but my understanding is Mohai Social will cease in December when they're able to start construction, but the theater, which has the outdoor dining along Monterey, would continue, but that wouldn't continue while construction's happening. So it would only be on the off hours. So during the weekend, for example, when construction is not happening, then people could be out there and eat and dine.
Okay, and one of this, the recommendation was, well, if certain dates are not met, then we'll go back to the original proposal. But that also could mean that we're back to where we are today, right? With this eyesore downtown. And I think we all would love to see that finish one way or another. And gosh, it was 2015. I talked to Mr. Lee all about that. I'm almost retired now. So I'm just wondering what additional incentives can we provide to make that really happen, right? And what the community needs to understand, right? The options are what we have now, proposal from tonight, or if that fails, they can build up to seven-story building, right?
Yes.
With current laws.
Yes.
Those are the options.
Correct.
That we have to somehow come to an agreement tonight. There is no other option.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All my questions answered.
Thank you, Councilmember Spring. Councilmember McKay?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you very much for the presentation. I just have a couple of questions. The report I thought was a good report, and I think I got everything I needed out of it, except for a couple things that popped up. One is the valet parking. How long is that commitment? Is that for years or in perpetuity?
The valet parking is required for the hotel in perpetuity. The substantial public benefit would also require it be available to everyone. So that is how it's written. So yes.
Okay, so if we build that second parking garage there, a future council could say there's some relief there, I guess, if needed. Okay. The next thing is the square footage that's being added. I'm going to briefly revisit the P-bid, and that is that the P-bid is based on the square footage of commercial space being used or the footprint of the site.
Property site.
Property. Okay, so no matter how much you increase the square footage of usable space, that doesn't increase the revenues for the P-bid.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's good. And I do believe that definitely it's good to have our businesses go through improvements. I like that. With that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McKay. Councilmember Martinez Beltran?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Okay, can you tell me, I didn't see a completion date in the contract. Can you tell me what that was?
A completion date for construction?
For construction for phase 1 and 2.
Okay.
I don't think we actually, phase 2.
Are you talking about the redevelopment project, or are you talking about this project?
I'm talking about phase 2. The boutique hotel. I hope that
you're talking about the
stop while I'm explaining.
But I just want to make clear, you're not talking about the PD, you're talking about.
I'm talking about what was the completion date for phase 2.
In which?
In the original approval, when was the hotel supposed to be built?
So if you're talking about the development project, that was done through the successor agency and the oversight board. There wasn't a hard date. It was that the proposer, who was Mr. Leal, was to use best efforts to complete the project within, I believe it was 2 years, but that it wasn't a firm requirement.
It was 2 years from 2015.
2 years, sorry, 2 years from the date that all of the transactions and the financing and the building permits and everything were
What was that
completed.
date?
So I don't know what that date was, but it was pretty close to 2020. So pretty close to about the time.
I'm sorry, this
COVID.
contract happened in 2015, and you're telling me that none of that was completed until 2020.
No, I'm not telling, I'm telling you that it takes, so you don't bid on a property, finance it, purchase it, get permits for it, get approvals for it. All of that takes years. So it's from the time that those permits, which take years, are approved, that he was to use his best efforts to complete the project within 2 years.
Okay, maybe
So there isn't there. So to answer your question, there isn't a, as we have in this PD, because right now with this PD, it's a little different. But at the time that we did the transaction,
there was no completion date.
there was, yeah, it was all based on times, what would be use best efforts to use diligence to complete all of those steps that need to be completed. But there wasn't a hard and fast date by which they had to be done.
For phase 1 or phase 2.
For any of the redevelopment projects, the city was forced to sell.
Okay. There was an explanation of operationally functional. It was a great question. Could you explain that for everybody?
Yes, and I'm probably going to ask our econ team to do that because they're better at explaining that definition than I am.
I think we've tried to explain it in the supplement, operationally functional. So operationally functional hotel is one that when it is not operating at full capacity, it is still achieving enough revenue that its expenses are not more than it's
an asset.
It's an asset, right? It's a positive contributing asset. When we were talking about the hotel incentive program previously, just to step back in time a little bit, we talked about operationally obsolete hotels. And those are hotels that are no longer operationally functional because they're not generating the type of room revenue that they need to cover their operating costs.
Okay, thank you. Why are we discussing this now, timing wise? We haven't discussed this prior on, there's been lots of inquiries about this project being stalled, and why is this coming now?
I think the applicant is best to answer that question for you. I think it's about opportunity on how to move forward.
How long were the permits already extended? Have there been a number of times that they've been extended? Was there an extension? Was there no extension?
Sure. So the project received 2 entitlements, the conditional use permit and the design permit. They were approved in 2016. He then submitted for building permits, and building permits were issued in June of 2017, where he completed the construction of the first and second floor in 2019. So he commenced construction, so those permits have never needed time extensions. The building permits remain active, and they did receive the COVID extension, just like every other project that was under construction at that time. And the applicant has also paid for keeping the time extension active on those building permits.
So the time was extended, nothing different than anybody else inquired or was able to get during COVID. Very good. How does it work that the tables are still being used outside during construction? I'm thinking maybe I should wait for the applicant on that one. Yes, okay. What is the public benefit for the public besides the mural on back and valet parking, which I understand is supposed to be part of the contract? Is that true?
So the valet parking for guests, not just hotel guests, but anyone else visiting downtown is part of the PD and would be required as the substantial public benefit.
So the valet parking is already required.
Or yes, as the proposal for their substantial public benefit. In addition to the mural in the back. So yes, that's built into the PD because that's what they were proposing.
I'm talking about before that. Coming into the PD, is the valet not already required? It seemed to me from the contract it was required.
Sorry, understood. So the valet parking was required for hotel guests only, no one else.
Right. Okay, so the valet parking for hotel guests is required and participating in the P-bid was required, both part of the original contract.
That I don't have an answer to. I'd have to ask our city attorney or our city manager.
I'll come back to that if you want to look that up.
No, the original contract, you mean, are you still referring to that?
The same contract that required the valet for the hotel guests required participation in the P-bid?
That wasn't the contract. That's the develop.
Or the purchase agreement.
The purchase agreement, I don't believe the purchase agreement required valet.
That's what I thought I had read, so I
didn't see it in there, but there was a project proposal that,
The shaking her head, yes, that is true. Or nodding her head, I should say.
awesome, thank you. I want to talk about, there was a reference to a 4-story hotel and entertainment venue that has the completion base of the hotel done, utility work, and then 2 floors of foundation built. How could that become a 7-story housing building?
So this particular building wouldn't necessarily be what would become a 7-story. If this use ceased and the property reverted, there are opportunities under new housing laws to elevate quite a bit.
Would have to demolish everything that Mr. Leal has constructed in order to do that.
They could go up to the 4-story and then stick build on from there with the concrete. And so that's where we're looking at the 7+. The overall number of floors would be limited by the capacity of 1, the construction type, and 2, the city ability to service it in a fire context. And we do have an ultimate limit on height for that based on our fire truck access.
What's that limit?
I believe it's 101 feet. Good. Our chief is nodding.
So this is not, I mean, for us to say, oh, it could become a 7-story residential building is a bit far out there because we've already got an existing building there. He's built the base of this building here. I believe Mr. Leal has every intention to complete that and anybody else who were to assume it, should it go into default, would also proceed with an entertainment venue.
I mean, there are options. It is privately owned land, but if it did revert to housing, there are new laws that would allow it to be a lot taller if the structural capacity could support that.
All right, thank you. Do we have a letter documenting that a 5th level is required for funding? Or I can wait. Okay. Then I'll skip my next one. Do we have any kind of confirmation that with the 5th floor that there will be funding? The city?
That would also be, the applicant could.
Okay. 70 feet plus, Jennifer, you're perfect for this. Can you tell me, this would be over 70 feet because there was mention in there about allowing required rooftop equipment.
Correct.
So how high would that be?
Sorry. So the roof of the 5th floor would be 68.5. And the elevator shaft and the stairwell that I showed you on that one elevation, that would be up to 78. So 10 feet more, so 10 feet more.
Which is the standard requirement or standard allotment in our code for roof equipment and elevator shafts.
Okay, and the highest that we have at this point, I'm thinking, is from the last council meeting that we had, which would be 60 feet.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
As far as height on a development is the highest 60 feet that we currently have.
No, Sun Suite goes up to 68 as well on the 5th floor.
If there's 5 floors, okay, thank you. What is the estimated TOT taxes, property and sales taxes to be generated from this additional?
I would have to default to our economic development department.
No problem. Can you tell me about the minor facade changes exactly? I see it's very beautiful looking at this. The taste of Mr. Leal is quality. What are the changes that we're talking about? It talks about the footprint doesn't change. Can you tell me, does the interaction with the public, sidewalks, street, parklets, enclosed versus open change?
That does not change. It is facade, so purely building materials change.
Okay, the glass, the extended windows.
It's, yes.
Great. Okay, it's great. How long were permits extended due to COVID?
So the ordinance for COVID extensions was for 18 months. So he didn't receive anything different than anybody else for that. And then he's been paying to keep his building permit active. So nothing else needed a time extension.
And it's important to note that the conditional use permit was commenced, so there is no question about the existence of that. It is simply the building permits that have the time extension and they're staying active.
Correct.
Okay, and because there's no completion date on it, they can just, got it. Why were the various proposed deadlines to complete the project specifically chosen?
We based those deadlines on, we worked with our building department and just our experience with projects coming in and the average time it takes for turnaround when we're plan checking and reviewing and getting permits through our building process. We based the timelines on that.
Okay, and did we consider that, I mean, this project's already under construction.
Correct, it is.
So
So they
should
need
it
to
be
come
have-
in, yeah, so the thought process there was they will need to go design new plans because it's required structural, et cetera. So they need time to do that, come in, submit. We give them a date that they can submit by and et cetera from there.
Okay. What happens when someone doesn't complete construction in any other situation? You have an industrial building, you have a commercial building. What happens?
Well, I mean, lots of projects do have gaps on construction depending on different scenarios. We've never had COVID. So that is an exceptional circumstance in this case. But if it was to be a building that was in disrepair, that was having safety issues, we would look at it as nuisance. But I would defer where that would go to our city attorney, and what the conditions would be to pursue something like that.
I mean, there are various options, but the most likely or the most common option is that we would require it to be fenced off and boarded. So that it wouldn't until somebody came forward to develop it. That's most typical. There are certain circumstances in which
So it would cease to operate.
it would be if you think it's an eyesore now,
That's debatable, but it would cease to operate. There would be a fence put around
there'd
it.
be a fence put around it. It would be boarded up so that it couldn't be occupied by people wanting to squat, and it would remain that way. Most likely, in this case, for a building like this, it would just remain that way unless somebody was interested in completing it. There are options for certain types of properties to do receiverships, but that's a very expensive proposition and wouldn't be feasible for a hotel building like this.
And at some point, if there was no action taken by the owner, what does the city do?
I mean, eventually, if it continues to be a nuisance, we could get an abatement warrant to abate the nuisance, but then again, it would be on the city to pay the costs of abating that nuisance. And so that it would be on the city and the city could potentially recover some of its costs through a lien, but it's for a property like this, it's a very expensive proposition.
Okay. Why are we suggesting that auto extensions be permitted instead of coming in front of council?
So they're not automatic. You would have to apply and provide the justification requirements. We use the zoning code time extension process. So we literally took that process from our code and put it in the PD. So right now, 2 time extensions are allowed by the Development Services Director for any other type of permit, and we just follow the same process.
And that could be changed considering we've given already concessions time-wise.
We have not given him concessions for any time extensions. He's not required any. The only thing that he's paying for is keeping the building permit active, and we allow that by ongoing for everybody.
I mean, we have given concessions that Mohi has been open as a structure that is not completed for I don't know how long. And out of necessity, surely, but there have been concessions made by the city.
I misunderstood.
Okay. Will the construction be working with our local workforce or the Carpenters Training Center, as we heard earlier, which is local workforce here in Morgan Hill, and they've been in Morgan Hill for years? Do you know any of that?
The applicant, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Beltran. I would look to the mayor at this time.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Brown, I'm referring to your presentation. I don't know what the slide number is, but it says interior and elevation facing theater. And specifically, my question is, I have 2 questions regarding on all the slides showing the elevation, the shaded area are the areas that cannot be seen from the street level. Is that correct?
This is the slide you're referring to. Can you see that on your screen?
Yeah, but it looks different on my iPad. Maybe I have a different presentation. So anyway, so we're looking as if we are looking through the Granada Theater, correct?
Yes.
So
that would be, sorry,
that's
that
okay.
one.
Okay, so there's 4 feet 6 inches between the Granada Theater and the hotel. So is that enough space so that it doesn't have this canyon effect because of the way the orientation? I believe, if I understand the slides, the lobby entrance or the main entrance for the hotel, is that down that way?
The main lobby entrance is near the parking area off of 2nd Street. And it is also accessible off of Monterey. So it kind of has 2 entrances, if you will.
Okay.
The Market Boutique is in the front on Monterey.
So I'm looking at the slide that you have here, and it's kind of hard for me to visualize, but it's 54 inches enough so that you don't kind of have this claustrophobic canyon effect as you walk down?
I'm not sure what we're talking about specifically when we say it's 54 inches.
So I was looking at the slide
or the site plan.
Yeah, I was looking at the site plan, first floor, and I'm assuming that the 4 feet 6 inches is between the 2 buildings. I might be incorrect, so I should probably ask that.
I gotcha. Okay, so the proposal in front of us tonight does not change anything below the 4 stories. So the proposal in front of us is truly just changing to add the fifth floor. They're not.
I know,
they're not
I
changing.
understand that, but this is just for my own edification as far as the distance between the Granada Theater and the structure.
I would have to look at the plans.
Okay, so that 4.6 that I'm looking at, it says page 12 on your presentation. If you can go to that.
Just go to the site plan.
So that's
There you
it
go.
right there.
That.
Yeah, so yeah, it says that's 4. Is that between there? Correct?
So the wall of the third floor, and then you have the pool area, and then the theater, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so the distance between, okay, it says market rate, market hall, restaurant with bar. And then there's like, appears to be like a patio area. And then there's a space in there, it says 4 feet 6 inches.
There's enough. There's they're meeting all the setbacks. That hasn't changed.
Okay, so nothing other than above the 4th floor have changed.
Right.
And except for, I think, the First Street side, if I'm looking at the drawings, there you can't really see the extension except on the First Street side. Is that correct?
We cannot really see the 5th floor is pushed all the way back 28 feet from the edge.
On the First Street elevation, I think it looks like it's shaded, so you can't see it.
It would be very hard to see if you were standing there looking up at the building.
So basically, anything that we're talking about tonight being added would be basically invisible to anyone from the street. They wouldn't know that this was added.
It would be outside the line of sight, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mayor. And thank you, Tiffany and Jennifer, for answering all those questions. I appreciate it. What I'd like to do now is bring up the applicant to make his presentation. He has 10 minutes, and he also has 3 minutes for rebuttals. So I see that being prepared at the moment.
And Mayor Pro Tem, while they're getting ready, it is just after 10 o'clock. So it is under your rules. It's time to do a time check-in.
Yeah.
You have one other item tonight. I don't think it should be an issue getting to it, but since your rules are to check in at 10.
So can we just analyze it a little bit? It's we have the presentation by the applicant, and then we have the questions, and then we have discussion. So all that's going to take us, I believe, until 11, most likely. And so would we want to just make a motion at 11 to extend it to some other time, or do we want to put this onto the December number 15 onto the December 15th calendar?
Yeah, I would,
December 4th, I'm sorry.
yeah, I would recommend that when we get closer to 11 to make it a motion to extend. I don't believe that last item should take that long, and it is time sensitive, and we can talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, thank you. So, is the applicant ready?
I am ready, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leo.
And I can feel it's 10 o'clock. It's past my bedtime. Good evening, council. My name is Frank Leal, the owner and operator of Granada Theater and Leal Hospitality. I'm here tonight to ask for an approval for 13 more rooms, a partial 5th floor, in order to just 22% extra rooms, which is in order to make my boutique hotel sustainable in these economic times. I do know tough love, Mr. Councilman Renee Spring. I went from 300 employees down to 25 during COVID. Just lost everything I've worked for my whole life, and but we're here with the help of staff in the city. They allowed me to turn my parking garage into a restaurant, allowed me to keep my employees, pay the bank, pay my bills. I'm here to let you know I haven't given up on the city, and I'm just hoping you guys don't give up on me. I have Alfonso Castillo here with, he's my VP of hospitality. He was here with us in the original team that was in front of the council in 2015 and 2016, and he has a quick slide for you all, but and I'll be here to answer any questions. Oh, and Mr. Mayor Rich Constantine, the 4.5 foot spacing between the hotel and the Granada, that's for that entrance to the Granada on that side wall, on that north facing wall. But the lobby goes through that, goes through our you can connect to the lobby from Monterey. So that 4.5 feet is just an ADA ramp going into that doorway on the north end of the building.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Leal. Just have a quick presentation. Just kind of wanted to highlight some moments of where we were and kind of where we're progressing. So as you see, Hotel Mohi, new facade on the front. Just want to give a little touch on who we are as the Leal Hospitality Group. We kind of take this as our oath. Leal is a collection of venues that reflect a way of our life through beautiful natural settings, agricultural sensibility, delicious hospitality, and exceptional culinary and wine experiences. This is something that all of us on Mr. Leal's team truly believe, and we live this, breathe this every day in everything that we try to do. I hope that everybody here has enjoyed one of our beautiful venues, whether it be at a local fundraiser, a wedding, event, and in our restaurants, or stayed in our hotel. We have many styles across our portfolio. Just a quick list of all of our venues throughout the area, and as well as our coming soon Hotel Mohi. In 2015, the city was looking for restaurants, mixed use, entertainment, and a boutique hotel. At this time, the city was also ready to demolish the historic Granada Theater. Our portfolio included wineries, restaurants, and hotels. Our primary business is weddings and special events. We like to be known as a one-stop shop, and we felt we were the best candidate to carry this vision forward for the city. This slide here shows a photo of the Granada Theater prior to our renovation and the downtown mall. As you see now, we went through and tried to preserve the historic charm of the theater and bring new life into downtown by providing with a world-class entertainment venue for our downtown. In 2015, the city approved a 60-room boutique hotel in Market Hall, where the site of the downtown mall was. And of course, we have the 2019 pandemic, I'm sorry, the COVID-19 pandemic. At this time in 2015, our project was valued as a $16 million investment, with $10 million already being privately financed by Mr. Leal. We had completed all of our utility work, the first two phases of on the first two floors, pardon me. When the pandemic hit, as we all know, all construction, everything halted in the entire world. Lodging industry was at a complete standstill, as well as many other industries. At this time, there was little to no financing available. And as Mr. Leal mentioned, we lost a large majority of our workforce. At this time, Mr. Leal did everything in his power to keep all of us employed and continue being able to get through that pandemic. During this time, as we all know as well, supply chain was severely impacted. Construction materials, all the costs rose exponentially, with this projected project value being at 40 million and us having to look for an outside investment. During the pandemic, we were fortunate enough to work with the city in creating what is known today as Mohai Social to keep our employees working, keep food on the table for everyone. Not only that, it also provided new energy into downtown, providing a place for residents to dine in our beautiful downtown setting. Tonight, we do have a letter of intent from our investor that would require more rooms for us to continue to go. This is why we're asking for the additional height of that partial fifth floor, adding in a total of 13 new guest rooms to the project. As you've seen, there are a few proposed design changes. This project still is envisioned and in line with the downtown specific plan. And it will continue to bring new life into downtown Morgan Hill, support our tourism industry. This will not only generate new jobs for multiple industries, it will bring more revenue into the city of Morgan Hill. This also was approved by the Planning Commission just recently. Thank you for your time.
You're more than welcome to.
Oh, okay. I think the only thing I'd like to add is how I appreciate the city and the staff helping me through COVID and helping me through this process. So it's I know they've worked hard on this, and our team appreciates it. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Leal. So I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions of the applicant. Councilmember Spring.
I do, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Leal. And I think he thinks I don't like him anymore. He sent me an email a year ago, and I said, why would you think that? He said it has nothing to do with that. What I don't like is what we currently have. The structure there, right? That is not finished. And you know, as a planning commissioner, when we talked about your beautiful project, and I up to this, I'll give you credit. You know, you saved our Granada and made a beautiful area out of it, right? And I think as a community, we have to be grateful for that. You did that part. That was the phase one, and then phase two. I got just so frustrated every time I asked. I was so, yes, it's coming. Yes, I'm going to do it. Yes, I will. I mean, we still don't have it years later, right? That's frustrating for someone like me.
I'm frustrated.
And probably for you as well, and definitely for our community, right? So letter of intent is not secured financing. So if we were to approve this revised proposal, what would you tell me tonight? Yes, Renee, it's going to happen 100% for sure.
It's going to happen 100% for sure. Whether I do it or someone else does it, we're getting a boutique hotel downtown, and I would hope it would be me. I just need the opportunity to get it done. I had that project with the Granada Theater put in front of me. It cost me double the amount that we thought it was going to take to save that building with seismic. And I did it. I had no idea I was going to get hit with the pandemic.
And beginning construction by next summer, yeah, right, next summer is realistic from, you know, right now.
Yes, sir.
That's why you asked to come here.
Absolutely.
But why do 11 or 13 rooms make such a huge difference? Like in my thinking, and I'm not an expert in the hospitality or financing like you might be, but I rather fill 60 rooms 100% than have 50% of 73 rooms empty.
It's 22% difference that can make or break a business.
Even if you don't fill them ever, or you just assume you're always at capacity.
Well, I mean, I think we're always going to be at capacity because we've seen business come back. We've seen corporate come back. Yesterday, we had Specialized Bicycles out at the winery. Tomorrow, that same group, Specialized, is going to be at Granada. So corporate's coming back. Weddings are back. I wouldn't have spent the extra money to get the design done on it. Now all the structural work done on it. If we didn't need the extra 13 rooms.
So did you agree to that revised valet parking that would include valet parking for everyone who wants it?
Sure.
But where would you drive those cars to?
Well, I have a couple other properties downtown. I've secured a lot between the lot that I secured for construction between Wells Fargo and Noah's. And, you know, we're going to have to figure it out. No one's more concerned about parking than us as the operator. We want to make sure there's parking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leon.
Thank you. Hi, Frank.
Hello.
I'm glad that we're here and I want, you, and as I've said many times on this dais, you are truly creative and you are very talented. And I too very much make no mistake that the city has done what they've done because what you've done with Granada, it is a beautiful marquee that we need to keep here. And it means a lot historically, but it also means a lot to people who are from Oregon Hill and who've grown up there. I personally would ride my bike, and I've told you this, go watch Snoopy at the Granada. There's nothing I want more for that to continue to exist here. And I do believe that you're the person who could do it. But I also came onto this council and inherited this, and none of this is personal. It's actually all very professional. And as my colleague has said, I know that you're very frustrated, but it's also very frustrating to have the community coming after us and asking us to make good on a deal that we've just come in on. So I hope that you understand that that's where we're at. I want to share, and you've said now that I've just heard you say to Renee that you're in a position where you believe that you're going to be able to get this done. So that answers my question, I think, where I've said, why are we discussing this now? Why wasn't this before? Why is it now? And is that because you have everything set up and you just need to pull the trigger? Why is it now that we're here?
Now I have an investor with an LOI. I think we're finally, the hospitality industry is finally coming out of COVID. People are starting to think about building again. We have other hotel projects in town that are stalled. I'm not the only guy.
Okay.
I'm just the guy downtown that gets all, it's all. Yeah.
I understand you've taken a couple yourself, but when I remember hearing about this from economic development in the summer, that we were talking about extra rooms. So between July and, June, or when that was being floated, there's clearly been some design, some thought, some work. So where are we at with it? Because I see the extensions that we're going to need. It seems like an extended completion time.
Mm-hmm.
you know, we need some more time to get the designs. You don't have the designs already?
We have structural that's working on their end of it, and we also have KTGY that's finishing up theirs also, so.
Okay, so I guess what I'm asking, are we able to condense any of these timelines?
I don't believe so.
Okay. The public space, not the public benefit, I want to talk about that. I would love to see a public benefit. I just don't feel like there's much of a public benefit there, honestly, because of the valet. Now that it's been extended for everyone, is this still, I mean, this is going to be anybody who walks up who wants to go to a restaurant, they pull up, they can be valet parked. There's no preference for guests or for community members.
Correct.
Okay. Is there any way to include some type of a public space? You have quite a bit of space at Mohi. Is there any way we could
No,
include some type of a public
everything's
space?
already been designed.
I would suggest you think about that. That I think is something that the public would probably be very grateful for. So I'm gonna let that stand. And then as far as, can you explain about the construction, what you're thinking about? Tiffany was mentioning that some of the tables would be used while you're doing how is this all gonna work out? How does that, what does that look like?
So the parklet stays, and we're gonna service that through the Granada. And then everything from the sidewalk over gets a construction fence. The Mohi Social gets shut down.
Okay, so there's a fence for everything off there, and then the construction will be what hours? So I read in here that there will be no use of the sidewalk as there's construction happening.
Correct. We won't be open for lunch during the day. We'll open only for dinner.
Okay, and what time will that be?
4 to 10.
Okay, I guess I'm asking that we use the full length of construction time to make sure that constructing the boutique motel, or excuse me, your boutique hotel time is of the essence. So if we can use that, construction usually goes until at least 5 o'clock, I would imagine. I think that would also be something that would be appreciated, maybe the timing on that. What happens if you don't get the 5th floor? Would you try to find another way to complete the project? Would you abandon the project? Would you sell the project?
I'll find another way to complete it. It just won't be with the investor that I have an LOI with right now. It's just going to take longer.
Okay. Okay. Are you able to use any of your other properties to help you get the hotel completed?
That's what I've been doing. I've
Understood.
refinanced other properties. Everything that's built to date has been paid directly. I've paid everything out of pocket.
Okay, I think that's a great information for the public to know. Do you have an LOI? Is this something that you know, is there some way that we could get an intent to lend so that we know that you're getting the funds?
There's nothing guaranteed until it gets wired into my account. It's not guaranteed. I saw it with the original construction of the hotel. You know, it was phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So after phase 2, once I got occupancy, which would be the hotel lobby and all the rooms done, and fire would sign off on it, then I can go in and get it. And then the bottom floor would be considered TI work. Then I can go in and take out that construction loan. But that all fell apart on me. So I can't guarantee anything at this point. Until it gets wired into my account, I can't guarantee anything.
This loan that you're telling us an intent, an LOI, is that is for a bridge loan? That is not to complete. Okay, so your plan after the bridge loan is to complete it for occupancy. And then
this loan would get me to occupancy.
This would get you to
then I would take out the construction loan. Correct.
And that would get us to get you all of the TI built out.
Correct.
All right. What about, do you have any issue coming to council for any of the extensions?
I hope not.
No, but would you have an issue coming to council rather than an administrative extension?
Yeah, I guess I don't mind that.
Okay. Could you reference as far as local workforce and we have the Carpenters Training Center here in town. We've had it for a long time. Is that anything that can you speak to using local workforce?
I only use local. Kent Construction is my contractor. He's doing my TI work at Michael Van Avery's building at Sunsuite right now. He's working on Dan McCraney's. We're using all local plumbers.
Great.
MJR Electric, local guys.
Would you be open to?
Councilmember Martinez Beltran, your time is up.
Okay, all right. Can I finish my question? Would you be open to working with Carpenters Training Center?
That's up to my contractor. My general that would be up to him.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mayor, may I go to you now?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Leal, you must feel a little snake bitten. Your COVID hit and you couldn't continue your hotel, and then you're ready to open your restaurant, and supply chain issues. You can't get anything to finish your projects.
Love.
Why are you doing this to us? I'm being facetious.
I don't know why I do it to myself some days, actually.
So, quick question, Mohai Social. Tell me the genesis of Mohai Social. Why did you put Mohai Social into existence?
Well, I did it to keep my staff. So.
Enough said. I get it. You and I have had multiple conversations, and we've talked about finishing the hotel. And I have another question. I've asked you this before, but if you could on the record tell us, why did you not go with like a flagship, like a Marriott or a Hilton, which probably wouldn't guarantee financing, but it would probably be a lot easier because banks would be a lot more willing to lend to somebody who has a flagship behind them. Can you explain why you didn't want to have a flagship?
Well, most of the flags want 90 rooms or more, and then really not hip to boutique hotels. We're going to have high-end rooms. We have a whole banquet floor. The whole bottom floor is our restaurant market hall. They just wanted me to redesign it, and I don't need to own a lot of hotels. I just need to own the hotel. So I want to build the hotel.
Appreciate that. And I want to echo what my colleague said about the Granada Theater. And I want to push back a little bit on, I don't remember the name of the gentleman who presented the slideshow, but in one of the slides, he said that the city was going to demolish the Granada Theater. We didn't want to demolish the Granada Theater, but we didn't have a way to save the Granada Theater. There was a group called the Friends of the Granada that they tried to raise money to see if we could redesign it. They held movies there, but it was a daunting task, and it would have been so sad. I don't know if many people know Thomas Kincaid. I just Googled it, the Morgan Hill painting, and he has a painting that I have in my office that has the Granada Theater. That is our one landmark, other than El Toro Mountain. The Granada Theater is a landmark of Morgan Hill, and the name of the painting is Morgan Hill, an all-American hometown, and that really surmises really what you hope to perpetuate in our downtown. And I've been called a cheerleader for you, but I'm a cheerleader for Morgan Hill. And what you've been able to do with the Granada Theater is beyond any of our expectations and hopes, being able to save that. But turning a construction site into a hip restaurant is, I think, beyond anyone's expectations. And you are a miracle worker. You are the epitome of taking lemons and turning it into lemonade. And I can't think of anyone who would want to complete this hotel any more than you. Not only to finish what you've envisioned, but also so that you can hire back, if they're still available, the staff that you've had working with you throughout this entire process. If you could just talk a little bit about that. I know when last time we spoke, you got a little emotional because I know how much your team is kind of like our team here in Morgan Hill, and we lose one and it takes a little piece out of us. So you could just talk a little bit about that.
Well, thank you for all those kind words and those compliments. Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think with my staff is we're in hospitality, so we work long hours. We have deadlines. We're building, we're designing to the last minute, and then we have a bond. So from our design team to our cooks and dishwashers, there takes a lot of people to make this thing go around. So it's tough to lay people off. So
Understand. And thank you very much for that. And I know that by hook or by crook, you're going to get this project done because it's been a while. It's been a long time, and we all want this to be completed. And I'm hopeful that if this is approved tonight, that this will give you and your investor the opportunity to really bring this home. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm done with my questions.
Mayor, I appreciate it. So I just have a couple of questions. What I saw on there, you have Willow Heights and you have Mohi Winery. And you mentioned that you have a lot of functions at these such you have. Could you just tell us a little bit more about these functions, and are they ramping up or are they just steady? And what do you see as the future of having Mohi Winery and Willow Heights and bringing that to the downtown boutique hotel?
All the weddings are definitely ramping up. In fact, I believe it was Michael Meredith, the manager, the GM for the Hampton, mentioned that there was a point where we were 40% of his room stays were our properties. So, I mean, we're shuttling people to La Quinta, to Courtyard. Everything's ramping up. So I'm confident I can fill all 73 rooms. So, and we need those extra 13 rooms to make it happen.
And you could fill those rooms somewhat like no other hotel, because they're going to be a boutique hotel as opposed to some other type of a hotel. Is that my understanding?
Correct. We feel that the wedding party will stay on site, and therefore most of their guests will stay on site between all of our facilities. But I feel that this Morgan Hill area into Gilroy and with the wine region and the farms, I just feel like it's the next Healdsburg. I think people want to be here. We have great weather, we have great vistas and great local wines and cool downtown. It's a place to be.
Thank you. I was at an economic development conference last week in Santa Cruz, and it was a great 2-day conference. It opened my eyes to what's happening in the Bay Area relative to the hospitality industry, and there was a lot of that talk at this conference. And I found it very interesting that the road to making profit relative to occupancy is somewhere between like 58 and 68%, is that sweet spot. So it's not what I originally thought is above 70, although that would be great too. But the ability to adjust the ADR is what I heard from the owner, that when you see the occupancy starting to go low, you can adjust the ADR and bring the occupancy up. And so how familiar are you with, the way that's going in the industry today?
Very, very. We have a boutique hotel in San Juan Bautista, and we see that quite often. So when there's an event in Carmel or Monterey, we'll adjust our ADRs. And I know the local hotels do it when there's events in San Jose. So yeah, you have to adjust your ADRs.
And the LOI, once this is approved, this would solidify the letter of intent from your investor?
Correct.
Okay, I have no more questions. So what I'd like to do is, I believe, open it up to public at this time for any public that would like to speak. So, Madam Clerk?
If I might make a recommendation, we do have enough speakers that would put us over the 11 PM limit. I might recommend a motion to extend and then move to the public comment.
Could you tell me if you have 8 speakers or more?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to go again. So right now, we have 7 right now. And that could change. Other people could raise their hand or we could get more speaker cards, but we have 7 right now.
7 speakers right now. And so yes, I'm going to take you up on the motion, but I'm also going to reduce the time to 2 minutes for public speaking. And then bring the applicant back. This way, if you get more, we can manage our time more effectively. Does that sound like a plan? So, do you want to make the motion now to extend it after 11 o'clock to a certain time? Okay, so what I'd like to do is make a motion to extend the time to 11:30 PM.
Move to extend to 11:30 PM.
Pardon me?
Move to extend to 11:30 PM.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Beltran, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember Spring, can you do a roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Bourgioli,
Aye.
Councilmember Spring,
Aye.
Martinez Beltran,
Aye.
McKay,
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
Thank you. And with that, our first speaker will be Nick Gage. And he'll be followed by Anthony Villafranca. And the time will be 2 minutes.
All right, I'll try to wind up here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and community. My name is Nick Gage, and again, I'm speaking to you tonight in my role as CEO and President of the Morgan Hill Chamber of Commerce. Our intent and presence here tonight is to provide a special emphasis on our alignment and support with Visit Morgan Hill and the Morgan Hill Downtown Association's recommendation to approve the modifications to the Granada/Mohai Hotel project. In addition to the rationale as submitted in the letter of support signed by all 3 organizations, I'd like to underscore a few additional reasons for our endorsement. Finalizing completion of the hotel is a vital and necessary asset with respect to future economic growth and prosperity, not only for our downtown business district, but as importantly, the cascading pull-through businesses for all of Morgan Hill's many other business sectors such as tourism, retail, restaurants, and recreation. Approval tonight ensures that the greatest public benefit, restoration, completion, and activation of the previous aged and deteriorating footprint of land in the downtown district will be transformed into a fully functional and operational facility. Specific areas of impact associated with the proposed project, such as aesthetics, air quality, noise, transportation, and circulation, have been studied, vetted, and determined that the proposed project would not result in any new significant information of substantial importance, any significant impact, and an increase in the severity of the previously identified impacts or new mitigation measures would not result from the proposed changes. To ensure consistency of the work product and obligations for final completion, There have been developed specific, measurable, attainable, and timely performance standards of completion that are embedded in the agreement with the owner, providing an administrator and contractual responsibilities inclusive of mitigation and penalty stipulations. I would also like to acknowledge the owner for extending a public benefit in the form of a valet station for drop-off and pickup services, in a location convenient for all downtown visitors and residents in addition to the hotel's guests. This is demonstrating a good faith community-wide advocacy effort. I appreciate the time to speak tonight and recommend approval of the zoning amendment ordinance approving a planned development combining district and the adoption of a resolution approving a design permit amendment for the addition of a fifth floor with minor facade modifications. Thank you for your
Mr.
time.
Gage.
Our next speaker is Anthony Villafranca, followed by Rick Kent.
Good evening to the city council, the mayor, and the pro temp mayor in Hawaii. Just kidding. Anyway, my name's Anthony Villafranca and I own the building at 30 East 3rd Street. I want to say thank you for putting the parking garage next door. Really appreciate that. But I wanted to say, I think that the hotel and adding the 5th floor would be a good thing. So, you know, we're building a lot of commercial buildings off Butterfield and on that side of town, where they're going to house companies, computer companies, and hundreds of employees. And the CEOs come and they're going to hold conferences and meetings. And what a great thing to have them come to the downtown at a hotel, and the revenue stream from all the people staying at the hotel, going to the restaurants and supporting the businesses. In 2019, I bought a home in Napa and I went to go renovate it and to flip it, which was really bad timing because when COVID hit, it was a problem, but that's another story. During that time, I was staying at hotels and I went to a town called Winters. Never knew but I would always see on my app this beautiful hotel. And the town of Winters only has 8,000 people. So I go into this town, I see the tractor and I see the lights on it. Kind of reminded me of Morgan Hill back in the day when the tumbleweeds went down the road. But I come along and I see this 78 unit hotel building, 5 stories tall and 8,000 population. So beautiful town. But the reason for my story is when I talked to some of the business owners later, when I stayed there years later, they would say their business almost increased 40% because of the hotel. So I think with all the development that we have out on Butterfield and Cochrane, all the big buildings, all the companies that are going to be coming, it's going to be nice to have a hotel. So one more thing, I live in Monterey and, you know, I've got the Marriott there that I think's 12 to 14 stories. And you go to Seaside, small town, and they have Embassy Suites that I think is 20 stories. But I think adding this extra story is not a big deal. I think we want to support somebody like Frank. That's one thing about Morgan Hill that I've always appreciated. We don't have Starbucks downtown.
Mr. Franco, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Kent, who will be followed by Joe Baranowski.
Good evening. I'll be fairly quick. Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Mayor, City Council, city staff. My name is Rick Kent. I'm on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm also the chair of the Economic Development Committee of the Chamber of Commerce. And as Nick said, and I reinforce everything he said, we support this hotel and think that we need to move forward as rapidly as possible. So we suggest we approve everything tonight. I'm also retired CFO of Paramount Corporation, and we sold the company in August of last year. And we sold it to a Swiss company who had probably 100 nights, maybe 200 nights of management visits where they stayed locally, but they all stayed in Santana Row. You know, they were all looking for something that would be like Hotel Granada will be, with restaurants real close, et cetera. And obviously Morgan Hill lost out on all that revenue. So let's pass it and let's get moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Kent.
Our next speaker is Joe Baranowski, and then we'll move to our online speakers.
Yes, good evening again. So, all of the once in a lifetime circumstances that have happened are certainly not Mr. Leal's fault. And, I think I speak on behalf of 99% of residents who want the city to give him another chance. And I certainly want that. I think the focus on the LOI is completely misguided. And there was only one short conversation, not about how you start, but can you get to the point where you get occupancy? If he gets the approval, he even said that if this investor doesn't come through, it's just going to make it easier to find another investor. And I'm sure he will. But the real question is that what Mr. Leal has impacted, so are other people, so are other businesses, so are other residents. And the risk isn't going down, it's going up with more rooms. You know, the whole issue of supply chain and inflation is not ended. So I think the council is incumbent on understanding in some detail, can you get to occupancy with whatever money you're going to get with this approval? Because if you can't, to your point, Councilwoman Beltran, residents will have a right to come to you, because if this ends up as a 5-story eyesore, for whatever reason, and I know Mr. Lee will say, well, you can't guarantee the end any more than you can guarantee the beginning. But even if things go just a little off, can he get to the end where there's a shell, where there's not noise complaints, where it looks fine from the outside? You need to understand that. And then if he does, I'm all for it. As far as the public benefit, he got into that because there's no other way to give the height restrictions other than going to a PD. I said in the planning commission, I'll say here, forget about it. Let him focus on getting the hotel done. Can this approval get to occupancy with some assurances? And I'm all for it. If not, you're going to be answering more questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Baranowski.
Our next speaker is Michael Van Avery.
Hi, Michael Van Avery. I spoke earlier. I'm the partial owner of SunSuite Apartments along with the Garcia family. We're also going to have Mohai Farm, which will open up soon at the SunSuite Apartments, of which Mr. Leal and his group will be the proprietors. Additionally, I also own hotels. I own select service hotels, slightly different than Frank, what he's and his group are offering here. The boutique hotel is a very kind of fickle type of hotel. It requires extreme love. It requires someone who knows how to operate beyond just hosting someone overnight. It requires someone who understands special events, who understands family gatherings, and who understands Morgan Hill. And this is the person you have in front of you who's risking everything. I find the conversation a little humorous, especially from novices who are questioning financial documents. Ladies and gentlemen, we are close to a recession, if not in a recession. And the fact that Mr. Leal has secured financing for this project is a small miracle. Additionally, I will say this. If we were to follow through, which I think are empty threats, and somehow Mr. Leal did not follow through and the Granada Theater was boarded up, many developers like myself who also participate in residential development would not only use state laws to make a 7-story project, we would make a 10-story project and we would be successful. So you have a bird in the hand. You have a beautiful, beautiful bird in the hand, which is Frank Leal and his group. I urge you to immediately approve this project and let him move forward with this 5-story. You will benefit, the city will benefit, the Bay Area will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Avery.
Our next speaker is Armando Benavides.
Good evening, council members, mayor, city staff. So my concern is really, I don't have a problem with the 5-story addition. I think that would be a small, probably helpful to get the marketing, the financing that he might need. What I do have concern is we're talking about, he acquired a property in 2015. We're now in 2012. The plan right now under the plan development standard use is that the hotel rooms to be operational by 12/31/25. That is really 3 years from now. Where I have a problem with is where the economic developer director has a discretion to grant a 2-year administrative time extension if the performance standards are not met based on, I guess, if exercises good faith in whatever he may be. So it's a one-time 2-year administrative time extension. And then even then, after that extension, then the city manager has unlimited ability to grant and consider and grant extensions without no limits. And so really what we're back is we have an open-ended kind of situation that has been a problem because this is the first time that I really felt that we've had a discussion from 2015 when it was first proposed. We do have deadlines. We have where he has to start working on the project by a certain deadline, and there is an end line, but with those extensions, really, it's just going to maintain the status quo. And my concern is that we're going to go into 2027, 2028, and that hotel is not going to be built. I do hope that Mr. Leal is able to build that hotel, but I do think that it should be the city council that should be granted those extensions, or maybe he gets a 30 or 60-day extension. But it should come back to the city council so that the people can listen to the concerns, express their opinions, and the city council will represent the people make those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is resident.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, council members. Again, Kevin Rock. I have 2 words. Please finish. I think that's been the theme that this has been going on. I built new construction here downtown. I didn't have the option of a COVID extension, unfortunately. I don't know if it's because it was residential, but I had to finish, whereas I had to renew all of my applications and permits. If I had the option of not finishing and making a profit on a eyesore of an unfinished home, I would have done it, and I would probably still be doing it if there wasn't anybody pushing me. So I'm asking the council member and Morgan Hill, the city, to put constraints around finishing the project. 5th floor doesn't matter. If that's what it needs to get it done, but I don't want to be having this discussion with all the council members again, to the last person's point, in 2027, 2028, 2030. It'd be embarrassing for all of us and a shame for Morgan Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rock.
The next, and I believe last speaker we have before we give the applicant an opportunity to come back, is Michael Meredith.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Pro Tem Mayor, and council members. I appreciate, I was mentioned before, so I'll pay the kindness back to my good friend Frank here. I do represent the Hampton Inn, Morgan Hill, and Excel Hotel Group, as well as I am the chair of Visit Morgan Hill. We obviously agree and put out our letter together with our good friends at the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Association. So we look forward to this boutique hotel not only bringing in additional opportunities for the residents and travelers to Morgan Hill, but obviously the diversity of products that Morgan Hill will get in doing so. That being said, there were some interesting questions, and I thought I'd just take a quick opportunity. I know the economic team doesn't like to do math on the fly, but as a general manager, I do love to do math on the fly. I can tell you that in adding 11 rooms to a hotel, like Frank's, with even a median ADR and occupancy, that is somewhere between $800 to $1 million in additional revenue, plus the potential for tens of thousands of dollars of TOT that would go into the city. Additionally, if we look back at an incentive program that we recently talked about for hotels, adding the availability for occupancy increases a hotel's RevPAR. which means that they can make more money and the city's additional potential developments look better because the RevPAR index has gained more momentum. We are hoping that in the San Francisco market that Visit California has laid out to us that we will see an 8% increase in the next year. And that 8% increase in occupancy will need rooms. So we look forward to this project getting completed and being a beneficial to every resident here in Morgan Hill, as well as the community that comes in and visits us. Thank you so much.
Ms. Meredith.
I have no other cards or hands going up. Frank, if you would like, you have an opportunity to make any closing comments.
All right, closing comments. I just, I really want this opportunity. I want to show everyone that I can finish this project, and I get up every morning at 4 a.m. I work 7 days a week. I'm the guy. If anyone's going to finish it, I think I'm the guy to do it. So I just would like, I'd like this opportunity to show the community I can get this done for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leo. So what I'd like to do right now is let's see. We'll close the hearing, and then we'll open it up for council discussion and or action. Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
Thank you, Chair.
Would you mind if I just make one more comment? This is going to require a 3-motion approval. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Yes, I'm going to make comments if that's okay.
No, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for everybody who's come and joined online. Thank you to Mr. Leal and his staff. Thank you to city staff. Thank you to my colleagues. We've all been working on this project for quite a while here. There's no question of whether or not, anybody wants this hotel to be done. So I think we all want this to be done, all for the reasons that we've heard, which we've known for years. The multiplying effect. We want the beautiful hotel to be constructed. We know that it will bring people to downtown. It builds on the tourism that we do. We all know this, right? I think at this point, and the fear of creating this fear that, it may become something else. I don't buy it. I think that, as he said, he's looking to build a hotel. It's going to be a hotel. I don't think that we're looking at this becoming something else. Who knows? We don't know where we're going from here. And that is really the question here, is that we didn't expect COVID by any means. We didn't see it coming. We know that a recession is coming. And so we have to do our due diligence on what we are going to expect. I certainly have heard the police. I think it's actually very good that you've come, Mr. Leal, that you've talked with the public, that you've shared what your position is. And I think that many people will appreciate that. But I also think that we need to ensure this time around. I was quite surprised to find that there were no dates in the original contract. And I think that we need to make sure that those dates are solid this time around. We know that a recession may be coming, and who knows what that may present Mr. Leal with to face then. But part of the question and the severity of asking the questions is to understand, is he really able to do it? Is this fifth floor the key that we need to get the project restarted? And from the letter of intent to his testimony, to other professionals in the field, it sounds like it is. So that's fine. I'm happy to give that opportunity to someone, I think, who has worked so hard to get to this point. But I do think that we need to talk about, it should come before council. I've asked the applicant, he says he's fine with that. I think that that is a good faith effort to come before council if any extension is needed. I I do wish there was more public benefit to it, and telling me that the public benefit is that the hotel gets done, I think falls short, but I do see that they have extended the valet parking to include everyone. So we are facing parking challenges. I'll leave it at that. And then to just also understand, how this is going to work as far as the deadlines, the administrative extensions. So anything that I would support, I would like to see the 2-year extensions. I'm not sure why we need a 2-year extension. I would like to have that be a 1-year extension. And that's again, if we have to do an extension, and he said that he doesn't anticipate coming back for an extension. And I also think that it should come before council, not because necessarily he needs to come here, but because it should come before the community. And those would be, I would move to go ahead and waive the first and second reading of the proposed ordinance, introduce a zoning amendment ordinance. I would like to have those changes, and so would ask my colleagues to think about that. Again, a 2-year extension being reduced, and I'm happy to ask, staff and the applicant what that could be too. I'm not sure why we've chose a 2-year extension. I'd like that explained. And then having the extension come before council rather than being an administrative extension by either the economic development director or the city manager. And I hope that those 2 items would provide some more confidence to our community. And we've heard some overwhelming testament that, he says he's going to do it. So let's do it.
So Councilmember Martinez Beltran, so you made a motion to waive the first and second reading of the ordinance, right?
Correct.
So we need to vote on these individually. So
before I do, there's one other thing I did want to confirm with the staff. In the contract, I also read that this was to be an entertainment venue for 20 years from the beginning of the contract. We're 8 years into that. That would still stand. Is that correct? And is the intention to continue to have this as an entertainment venue for the longevity?
And this doesn't supersede the contract. So it,
But after 20 years, that's it.
But we're getting into a lot of discussion, and I want to make sure that we understand the motion and we get to a second. Right now, you're just waiving the first and second reading. We'll come back for the remainder of your motion after that.
So Madam Clerk, could you?
Well, we still need a second.
I'm sorry?
We still need a second, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
Mayor. Yes, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli,
Aye.
Councilmember Spring,
Aye.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay,
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
All right, I'll go ahead and, should I introduce and then we'll have discussion, or how would you like to?
If you want to make your motion to make the changes in a concise way, then that would be.
I would like to introduce a zoning amendment ordinance approving a plan development combining district, having any extensions come before this council, and changing a 2-year extension to something recommended by staff.
That works, and we can talk about what the recommended by staff is, because you probably want to nail that down.
2 years.
I would be I'm asking for something less than 2 years for an extension. I'm looking at a year extension, and
If you want to make your motion a 1-year extension, that
so then I'll revise that to be come before council for any extensions for a 1-year extension.
I'll second that. And I also have comment then, whenever.
If I could just get that other piece about the 20-year.
that doesn't apply. That's part of the original contract. Did you want to add that? Did you want to amend the PD ordinance as well?
I want to make sure that stays in there. And you're saying that.
There's nothing in this PD ordinance that changes that.
Okay. And do you know if the intention is to continue to have that as an entertainment after the 20 years, which would be 2015, 2025, 2035?
Yeah, and actually, that city manager just reminded me that the entertainment venue is in the Granada Theater contract. It doesn't apply to the hotel.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'd like to make a comment, also. I believe that the recommendation was based on, experience and knowledge. And, I think, reducing it from 2 years to 1 year, I just don't think it's the way to go. We're putting all our faith in Mr. Leal, and things going forward are very uncertain right now. And so I think we really need to think that out. I understand what you're trying to say, but I just think we should leave that 2 year in there and not reduce it by any amounts. So I just wanted to make that.
If it helps move the conversation forward, the council would always have the option to do another extension after the 1 year extension. So the 1 year extension is not a final. The good, whoever's on the council when the time comes would have the ability to grant more extensions.
So we need a,
Session.
oh, I'm sorry.
Which order?
I think they all.
Okay, I'll go next, and I know the mayor also.
We're still on number 2, to motion to introduce the ordinance by title.
Yes, I know.
And did we get a second for that one?
Yes, I was the second.
We got a second, yeah.
And I wanted to make a comment, then I couldn't, so I'll make it. I've met Mr. Leal many years ago when I was a planning commissioner, and then also during some events, and I know he can get things done, and I will ever be grateful as a resident of Morgan Hill for what he did with the Granada. I just want to remind all of us again, he took on a project and he made a beautiful project out of it. I know we gave him some heat lately over the past couple of years or so, but that doesn't mean that we lost trust or belief in what you can do. At least I didn't. You might have misread my thoughts, but I'm a person. I want to get things done, right? I have no patience, and yes, there were times that made it harder for you. But if this proposal helps you to make it happen, I want you to make it happen. I would be extremely disappointed if you come back a year or two from now and we still haven't done anything. And then I really have lost my faith in you. But I know you can do something beautiful, and and all of Morgan Hill looks forward to completing that project downtown. That project, and I always want to remind us that and the gallery on the other street, right? They kind of go hand in hand, and they complete some of the missing pieces in our downtown. And I want to see that happening. So. You have my support, Mr. Leal, tonight, but now don't let me down. So, thank you.
Councilmember McKay? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, I was just gonna say that I believe that Councilmember Martinez Beltran's wanting to come before council for a year extension after the 2 is just so that the public can be made aware. It's not necessarily that we would be giving any, and I'll ask Councilmember Martinez Beltran if I'm paraphrasing or correct in my assumption.
Correct, Mayor.
So yeah, so I'm okay with that, because again, it just gives us an opportunity to weigh in and have the public weigh in as well. But I'm confident that we won't need it.
Councilmember McKay?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's taken a few years to get here. There was, I'm sure, no intent at all by the applicant to be here in front of us like this. I've been around people like Mr. Leal and business long enough to know that he has more interest than any of us in finishing this as quickly as possible. His costs have over doubled. That's over doubled. That means that he's going to have to charge people more. It also means that he just may not make as much. He still is pushing to forge ahead. I sometimes worry about how we talk to our business community. I think tonight's a good example of how, whether intentionally or unintentionally, we could have spoken to our business community in a little bit friendlier manner, a little bit more understanding manner. There is no such thing as certainty. You think there's certainty? Well, I've got a bridge I want to sell you. Because quite frankly, when you start to bind somebody's hands, somebody who has quite frankly performed some magic in this community. My God, we all thought the Granada Theater was going away. He performed some magic. He turned that thing into a venue that we all love, and we actually clamor to go and use. He can perform magic, but he's not a magician. He is not going to be able to produce economic conditions out of thin air. He's not going to be able to continue to find funding. Okay, we've got to stop making it harder on our businesses just to simply succeed. If we want to create restrictions, then fine, let's create an ordinance and let's say you can't do this, you can't do that. But when we have a business owner who is putting everything on the line to do the best he can, and we continue to try to nail him down for some reason, I don't understand why we do that. We should create avenues of opportunity because, quite frankly, the revenues in the city are based on taxes, and business taxes are a big part of that. Quite frankly, business success equals more revenues, equals more ability for this community to provide services. That includes additional police, fire station staffing, our roads. So quite frankly, I'm hoping that moving forward, this council speaks in a little bit more friendly manner, an understanding manner. I also attended the Economic Development Symposium with Councilmember Joey last week, and I think that's something that all of us should attend. I think you'll get an insight into just what it takes to run a business, and quite frankly, how people outside of Morgan Hill are lauding Morgan Hill for creating an environment where businesses can thrive. Okay, same thing. When we go to the League of California City Symposiums, there are several sessions dedicated to economic development. I think we should all attend those. I think we could learn a lot. So I'm sorry, I cannot support this. I'm actually going to make a substitute motion as soon as it is. We go back to the original resolution proposed by city staff. And I hope that we as a council and also as a community start to understand the people that are making investment in our community. We want to do the best thing in our community. And sure, you know what? They're going to profit, but we're all going to profit. And I think that that's an attitude that this community and this council should have moving forward. And thank you very much.
Second.
So now we'll move on to this. So it was the motion to amend that substitution. So that is now the operative motion, and the motion was to approve staff recommendation. So if there's discussion on that, then you can have that discussion, or you can, if there's no more comments on that and you just want to go to a vote, you can do that.
Call the question. So Councilmember McKay's motion was seconded by the mayor.
Correct.
So can we do a roll call on that? And if it fails, then we can do something else, right?
Correct.
Got it. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call?
I have to introduce it and then I'll do the roll call.
Thank you.
An ordinance of the city of Morgan Hill an ordinance of the city of Morgan Hill City Council approving a zoning map amendment for a mixed-use downtown plan development combining district on a 1.09 acre site located east of Monterey Road between First Street and Second Street, ZA 2022-0004, Monterey Leal Granada Hotel, APN 72614-074. Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli.
Aye.
Councilmember Spring.
No.
Martinez Beltran.
No.
McKay.
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
The motion passes 3-2. And there's one more action on this item.
I'd like to make a comment.
We already,
Yes, you didn't let us.
we already moved it forward.
That's right. You can make a comment on this. We've got number 3, move to adopt resolution approving a design permit amendment for the additional of the 5th floor with minor facade modifications. I'd also like to make a comment.
Second.
Thank you.
I'll make a comment too, please, huh?
I'll defer. Go ahead, please.
That'd be, for me, it's another missed opportunity. We have a motion in front of us that probably easily 5 of us could agree if we only wanted to, but we continue to be so stubborn. Well, I don't like what she said or he said, and so I'm gonna make a minor difference. It's a motion, so we have another 3-2. It's just unfortunate. Doesn't make council look good.
I concur with my colleague, and I think, doing that just undermines the work of this council, first of all. And second of all, understanding and saying that, we don't want the community to have a say in it. I think that's why we had the outcome that we had. So, thank you.
So are we on number 3 now?
So yes, that was. There's been a motion and a second on the design review resolution.
Okay, so we can do a roll call on that.
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli,
Aye.
Councilmember Spring.
Aye.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay.
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
And that completes this item. Passes unanimously.
Thank you to the applicant and to staff for coming forward with that information. I appreciate it. So we're going to move on to item number 15. And I'd just like to make a comment about time. And we extended it until 11:30. Number 15 is introduce an ordinance requiring electric vehicle charging infrastructure in new construction. The recommendation is to waive the first and second reading of the ordinance. So this requires 2 actions tonight. And Tanya Carruthers is going to do a very short report, I think.
I can do that.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Okay. Hi, Tanya Carruthers. Nice to see you all, council members, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor. I'm going to present on item number 15 tonight, electric vehicle charging infrastructure ordinance. So how did we get here? We adopted a climate action plan back in 2021, and the ordinance before you tonight will work toward the city's adopted climate action plan main goal for carbon neutrality in the building and transportation sectors by 2045. It will implement sub-goals and action items listed in the city's climate action plan, which aim to expand electrical vehicle charging access in the community. And the third item is it will increase charging opportunities in Morgan Hill to prepare for increased electric vehicle ownership due to the Advanced Clean Rule, which was adopted by California and will require all passenger vehicles to be all electric when sold new in California by 2035. So this is the table that shows the proposed EV charging infrastructure requirements for new development and projects that retrofit. And it includes both our climate action plan sub-goals and goals. And it also includes Silicon Valley clean energy recommendations for what the ordinance might look like. And so if you look at it, there's requirements for new development and for retrofit for units with private dedicated garages, i.e. townhomes and single family type homes, multifamily residential office buildings, hotels and motels, and then all other non-residential occupancies. Should I go through the table or should I just move on to the next?
I just recommend waiting to go through, and if council has questions, they can address them.
Sure. So then on the next table, this is a table that shows the exact same items as the prior table, but it's climate action plan goals only. It doesn't include the SVCE recommendations. It focuses on the cap. And the one big difference between the tables is that by leaving out the SVCE recommendations, we're losing opportunities in multifamily
multifamily to include additional charging at 60% of the spaces. So it's less equitable. It decreases the accessibility to EV charging stations for multifamily development. And then the second piece to this is it also reduces opportunities for people to charge at work. It takes out a lot of the extra charging opportunities in office buildings, hotels, and motels. So that's what we're proposing today. The CAP includes some additional goals and action items, which we're going to come later to integrate. There's some problems with doing it now. There's some working in the background that we need to do in order to bring them forth. So there will be amendments to the code in the future, including charging we're going to be increasing the charging infrastructure requirements over time until we reach our 100% cap goal. Charging infrastructure requirements will be added for existing multifamily. This current code doesn't include that because there's some work to do in the background. And then also we're going to be requesting requirements to add in all multifamily complexes, EV chargers for at least 30% of parking spaces by 2030. Questions? That was pretty quick. Thank you.
Thank you. It is 11:30. Yeah, 5 minutes. No, I'd rather be more comfortable and we end early if we do maybe 10 minutes. Is that okay? So I'd like to make a motion to extend it for another 10 minutes. Can I get a roll call on that?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Borgilli,
Aye.
Councilmember Spring,
Aye.
Martinez Beltran. Aye. McKay,
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Thank you. So we would like to do a couple of things. Council questions right now, real quick. And then open it up to the public and then back to council and action. So Councilmember McKay, were you first? No? No questions. No questions. And Councilmember Spring.
I do have one. Amongst the property types, I don't see, like retail and stores and all that. Why not?
So they would fall under the all other non-residential occupancies. Let me switch to the recommended one. So that would be 10% electric vehicle charging stations with EV level 2 ready, meaning about 5 to 10 miles per hour. And then the 10% level 2 EV capable. So hotels, motels, people tend to stay there for longer periods of time. So it's better to have additional opportunities to charge, which is why in this sort of reach code, this was a SVCE recommendation to go ahead and include extra in those ones and not just group it under the non-residential.
Yeah, I don't know how, just as a thought to run by you, especially the bigger shopping centers that we have, right? I think 10% is too low. And my thinking is we want people to come from outside of Morgan Hill, right? And at some point they run out of battery life or some or gas and so the future is electric vehicles, right? And the future is not that far, and 10% for me is just too low, and I don't know what's reasonable, but and what time frame we talk about, but and you can come back with so that we can move forward today. But my personal recommendation is to really go higher in a lot of those public places, including office buildings, where, especially in the tech industry, everyone has electric cars nowadays. I'm one of the exceptions.
And there'll be more.
And not enough chargers. So in our company, they struggle now for the parking lots with chargers. So if we can prevent that and maybe come back with a revision down the road with higher numbers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, certainly. These numbers were taken from the CAP and SVCE recommendations, but certainly if we want
I understand, but I think we could and should go beyond that. That's my, but for tonight, I'm okay with your recommendation.
Councilmember Martinez Beltran.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Pro Tem. I also wanted to comment on the, I'm a little concerned about the 10% too, because I know that by 2035, we're aiming to have no more sale of, it'll be only electric cars that will be sold. So the 10% does make me a little bit worried on that. And then also the fact that we go from 30% to 100% in 10 years. Are there any goals that we have to hit between those 10 years?
We don't have milestone goals locally. The state has milestone goal for their clean air rule to do 35% of all new car sales, all electric by 2026. So.
Okay. And then the other thing is hotels and motels, just as my colleague had said, you know, if we're asking people to come and we're hoping they're coming from out of town, 10% also seems a bit.
So for the hotel motels, what we're recommending is 10% EVCS level 2 ready, which is okay. Okay. And then we have 25% with low power level 2, which means it doesn't charge quite as fast as the level 2s.
So you're almost half still.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we have 10% capable, meaning that once we want to bring them online, all we have to do is connect it up above ground, but all of the electricity underground is in place and ready to go at a level 2 setting.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor, do you have questions?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. So, do we have any questions of the public?
No speaker cards, and I'm not seeing any hands go up.
Okay, thank you. So now we can fully go to discussion and action. Again, it requires a motion to waive the first and second reading of the ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
A second by Councilmember Spring and a first by Martinez Beltran. The reverse? It's getting late. I'm sorry. A roll call?
Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli,
Aye.
Councilmember Spring,
Aye.
Martinez Beltran,
Aye.
McKay,
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
And can I get a motion to introduce the ordinance by title?
I'll second it.
So I'm going to get it right this time. So Councilmember Martinez Beltran made the motion and Councilmember Spring seconded. So can I have a roll call?
I'm going to introduce the ordinance first.
Excellent.
An ordinance of the city of Morgan Hill adding chapter 15.62 electric vehicle infrastructure to title 15 buildings and construction to the Morgan Hill Municipal Code requiring the addition of electric vehicle infrastructure for parking that serves newly constructed and existing buildings. Mayor Pro Tem Borgioli.
Aye.
Council members Spring.
Aye.
Martinez Beltran.
Aye.
McKay.
Aye.
Mayor Constantine.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Good job, council. Thank you so much. Next item is future council initiated items. Councilmember Spring?
Yeah, we briefly talked about that MOU earlier. And it might come back in a closed session, but I'd like to understand what's going to go in there.
Great. I'm just gonna repeat I think it was last or the meeting before. I'd just like to see on the agenda if we could talk about maybe PLAs. PLAs, local workforce PLAs. Thanks.
And Mayor?
Aloha.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to, I'm sorry, Councilmember McKay.
Don't be sorry. Let's be on time. We're almost there. Okay, what I would like to do is encourage us to have a holiday celebration of some sort. I think that we had barbecue during the summer, and I thought that was extremely successful. I think it'd be nice for everybody to get together for a holiday gathering. City staff, council, fire department, police department.
December 1st, peak performance awards are, we call them service awards, lunchtime,
December.
council and staff.
Okay, will it be on Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to add, and it's never more prevalent than this evening, I would like to suggest a working committee for things like the SB 330 and how we can more lobby Sacramento, but more reach out and collaborate to other cities who I know would possibly like to join us in the effort to try and take back local control into our cities. So with that, I don't need a motion to adjourn, but adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Hi, Emma.